Welcome to 1623 Studios, Voter's Guide to the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election. I'm Corey Kukru alongside Heather Atwood. Cape Ann today will be live from City Hall's Kairos Auditorium on election night with special interviews, voting results, and reactions. To help you prepare, our Voter's Guide has all the essential information you need for the election on November 7th.
We're going to profile each of the candidates and break down the races for mayor, at-large councillor, ward councillor, and school committee. We'll explain each of the officials' roles and respective duties, where to vote, how to vote, and what happens after your ballot is cast. And we'll discuss some of the bigger topics in this year's election.
We begin with 1623 Studios' policy regarding municipal elections. Our objective is to provide transparent, unbiased, comprehensive coverage. We do so by operating with the following core principles. Transparency. Our role is to document the election process as it unfolds, without editing or editorializing content. When possible, we provide live broadcast coverage so our community can observe events in real time. This is not always possible due to scheduling conflicts or technological constraints, such as poor internet access. Additionally, event hosts sometimes request that we record our coverage rather than broadcast live.
Accessibility. Our team strives to provide the best possible coverage of events to keep our community engaged and informed. Our coverage is available on Comcast Cable Television Channel 6, as well as 1623 Studios website and multiple online platforms, to reach as much of our community as possible.
Neutrality. 1623 Studios does not and will never endorse a specific candidate, party, or ballot measure. Our content is factual and does not include editorial opinions. We present events in their entirety without video or audio edits that could misrepresent facts.
As Cape Ann's public access station, your feedback is vital to our operation. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please contact us at info@1623studios.org.
Here now is the scope of 1623 Studios' election season coverage. Candidate statements. Every candidate is invited to 1623 Studios to record a statement of up to 4 minutes explaining their candidacy. This election season's candidate statements can be found on Channel 6 as well as 1623 Studios' YouTube channel. Note, some candidates did not respond to our request. Forums and debates. We aim to broadcast every single event held at various venues in Gloucester. Election night. We broadcast the Gloucester municipal election results and reaction live from Kairos Auditorium at City Hall on November 7th. Our coverage begins about an hour before the polls close at 8 p.m.
To help explain the processes and procedures of the municipal elections, we spoke with Gloucester City Clerk Joanne Sinos. Here is that interview in its entirety.
All right, folks, election season is upon us here in the city of Gloucester once again. And as always, Heather and I like to tap Joanne Sinos' shoulder to help us talk through the processes and the procedures. She is the city clerk for the city of Gloucester. Welcome back once again, Joanne.
Thank you for having me today.
Thanks for being here with us. So, all right, we've already passed through the preliminaries. It's a different election season now. We're coming off the last one we did with you was through COVID.
Yes.
Which was very different. What is it like this year preparing for the election season? I remember the last time we talked, it was all about the mail-in ballots and early voting, and that's changed a lot.
Yes, it has. So in the local election this year, we are not required to have early voting in person. Okay, we are required to have vote by mail for the local elections, and the city clerk's office was not required to send out notices for vote by mail or send out applications unless a voter requested it, or as we registered people to vote through our system, through our queue, we include with their acknowledgement notice that they're a registered voter, a vote by mail application. It seems like this year is different, the preliminary election, even though I put a notice out that vote by mail was not required for us to be mailed to the voter. It was up to the voter to request the application, and they could apply online, send it by fax, email. And so we found that in the preliminary election, it was a low request. We had less than 200 voters request absentee and vote by mail. Okay, and then as of today, the number is less than 200 also between absentee and vote by mail.
Wow, and we're recording this in late September, folks, too. So wow.
Yeah. So I think it's a little different than COVID. I think a lot more people took advantage of the vote by mail due to COVID. But the election work to get the prep work is still the same on that. And also, I did want to mention early in the year, I don't know if you remember, there was a option for the city to opt out of vote by mail, and the city council voted not to do that, which was fine with me. Either way, we'll do the work on that. So, unfortunately, the percentage was a little lower for the preliminary election than the past 2 years.
It was 18.5% turnout.
A little bit over 18. I think it was 18.79. And then 2 years ago, it was over 28%.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but I find in my years doing elections that preliminary cities or state primaries, the voters, we don't have the percentage come out for some reason. Whatever reason, the voters, sometimes they just want to vote to see who's on the ballot in November.
Yeah, and it could be a few others, right? It's still
It could be,
summertime.
yes.
People are getting their kids ready to get back to
Yeah.
school. There aren't any debates or anything really happening. There aren't a lot of forums beforehand. But also, there are a lot of races. There's only one uncontested race this time around in
Yes.
Ward 5. So maybe that'll up the numbers come November 7th.
I'm hoping, but I think it will, because we've been getting a lot of inquiries about debates. And we're not involved in debates, so we try to give the information out to, if we know, we kind of mention if someone calls that they want to do a debate, we ask for their name and number so that we can give, that person the name and number, or who's the group who's holding it, to watch out on Facebook or in the newspaper about the debates.
Interesting.
So I think there's a lot of interest right now on debates.
Yeah, and there isn't a requirement. Does there have to be a debate for each? Not
No,
really, right? It's just
no.
whether it's set up or not.
Yeah, not through the city clerk's office.
So I want to ask about preliminary elections, because I happen to think that primaries and preliminaries are probably really important in selecting the candidates, but maybe not so much in municipal ones. Why does Gloucester need a preliminary election?
It's required by our city charter. So we're required to hold a preliminary.
And that is
if needed, yes.
if there are more than two options for that seat. Is that what the charter says?
The charter says for the mayor, if it's more than two. For ward council, if it's more than two. Council at large, it has to be more than 8. Okay, and school committee has to be more than 6.
Right.
And they do cost quite a bit.
They do.
Right.
It's getting more and more expensive to hold the elections. And I think there's been some inquiries on public records request on how much each election cost, because I think some people are looking to rank choice to see whether to push the rank choice. As you remember, that failed on a state ballot. It did. So.
Yeah, and we should also say too that the city charter is revisited every year that ends in a 0, right? Basically.
Yes, that is only for minor changes or revisions. Okay. Anything to do with term limits or elections would have to go through a charter revision process.
Gotcha. Because it's every 2 years.
It is.
It comes around fast.
It is. And we've getting inquiries on how come a local election can't be with the state election. So you can have 1 year off, but it's every 2 years local, then there's state, then there's federal. So we have an election every year.
Yeah, you have no vacations.
No, not in the fall,
Yeah.
especially in the fall.
Yeah.
So, Joanne, one big story that happened this year was the redistricting of wards 1 and 2.
Yes.
So can you just kind of walk us through how that came about and how that actually works?
Okay. So what happens every 2 years after the federal census is complete, new ward and precinct boundaries are drawn to reflect the changes of the city population. And each precinct cannot have more than 4,000 inhabitants.
Oh.
Okay. So in order to make it equal, the state, after the federal census, draws up a map and we look at it, and then there's ward lines that change, okay, according to the population. So what happened, it seems like the last federal census, most of the changes was in the Ward 1 and Ward 2, especially Ward 2, which changed the ward lines on that. So that's how it comes about to change the ward and precinct.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating because they can literally just move a couple streets over.
They can. I can just give you an example for me where I live. I started at 4-2, I went to 4-1, then I went to 3-2, and now I'm back to 4-1 again.
That's very funny.
So it does change. Sometimes it might not affect you at all. So, but that's how that came about. And I think also too, there was a lot of attention to this re-precincting because of COVID. It pushed the deadline back. Because usually what happens in pre-COVID, it was by June of the previous year for a local election, you would know where your ward lines are. But since we didn't get the information till August, the city council didn't vote until October on that. So it affected, of course, one of the ward councilors.
Yeah, and I live in Ward 1, and now all of Ward 1 is going to the new East Veterans School to vote now.
Yes.
Well, that wasn't the same 2 years ago. They were still, we were at the YMCA.
You were at the YMCA, and the only reason you were at the YMCA is because of the new school being built. And according to the law for cities, you cannot move a ward and precinct unless it touches another adjacent ward and precinct. So what happens, the closest one would have been Ward 2, okay, which is the YMCA. And I was trying to find places to fit everybody. And of course, Ward 2 is at Our Ladies, and you couldn't put another 2 wards and precincts in there. So we had, thanks to former Councilor Melissa Cox and President Councilor Scott Memhard, they work with the YMCA for our MOU to move the polling location to, even though it's in Ward 2, but it touches the line, to the YMCA. So that kind of worked out well. Since now the new school is built and then the East Gloucester School is closed, which was a polling place, East Gloucester has always been school, that Ward 1-1 has always been a challenge because it doesn't touch any other ward lines except for 1-2, okay? So what happened is that the logical place would be to put it in the new school, which is the 1-2 line, or else we would have to go get special legislation to move it outside of the ward. Okay. So, and then taking into consideration the Ward 1-2 residents, we only, Councilor Memhard and I had a discussion that we thought it was only fair to have people vote in their ward like everybody else does. So that's why we brought the 1-2 back to the new school.
Yep, and I voted there a little while back, and it's easy to delineate each precinct and go, go this way or you go this way.
We're going to tweak that a little bit to make it the flow a little more because I got the feedback from the poll workers. So we're going to tweak it a little. I mean, it'll be the same setup, but more signage, more crowd control type things. So because some people are confused on which way to go. So yeah.
So Joanne, you just recently decided, or you personally didn't, but you went through the process of deciding what order people are on the ballot. Could you tell what goes into that process?
Okay, so it's per the city charter, and what it is that the order in which the names of the candidates appear on the ballot for each office is determined by a drawing by lot conducted by the city clerk in the presence of the representatives or the candidates themselves. So it's city charter plus Mass General Law too.
So Joanne, are they really on little pieces of paper?
They're on strips of paper. The names are typed in, and what I usually do is I announce all the names before they put it in this little box, and we shake it up, and I put my hand in it, and I start drawing out the names, and I say everything out loud on the order, and my assistant writes down the order that I write the names of the candidates of, so that when I go to order the ballots, I program it into the order that is going to appear in November.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, it's an old-fashioned way, but that's what's in the charter, it's in the Mass General Law, and that's what we do.
Cave drawing age. But we will be able to see the ballot in advance. It will be published in the Gloucester Times, I think, right?
We usually put it on our website. If you go to the elections page, that has all the specimen ballots and all the past elections specimen ballots, the results and everything. So we put it on there. We don't usually put it on the news flash, city's front page. The only notice I put there is the important dates that are coming up for deadlines. On that, but once we get the ballots, right now I already sent in everything to be programmed. They're going to send me PDFs of the ballots once I proof them and everything. Hopefully by the end of this week we'll be ordering the ballots. The company that we go to, the turnaround time was quick, but we didn't have that many contested races for the preliminary election, so this one is going to be a full ballot, so it might take a little longer than a week and a half.
Gotcha.
To get the ballots in.
Okay. And Joanna, I know we ask you this all the time,
Sure.
but walk us through the process of I put my ballot in the machine,
Yes.
then what happens to it? From my ward precinct to City Hall for the final tabulation.
Okay, so you're going to put your ballot into the machine, it's going to get counted, okay? I don't know the feedback if you like the new machine or not.
It worked for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's simpler.
Mm-hmm.
The voter can see that big screen that it's been counted. Okay, so that goes through the process all day. And then at the end of the night, what happens is that at 8 o'clock when they announce the polls are closed, the warden and the constable will open up the tabulator and press that button to close the polls. Okay. Once that button is pressed, then the tabulator will start printing 3 election result tapes, okay? And then what happens is that there's a memory stick that has all the tabulation of all the votes for that day. I appoint office staff and also volunteers to go out to the polls before they close, to be there so that they can bring back 1 copy of the election results tape, plus the memory stick, so that we could read the results and upload it to the reporting system that we have that goes with the tabulator. So once those come in, it gets by precinct, ward and precinct. What we do is we just upload it to a reporting system. Once all the memory sticks come back and they're uploaded, I'm able to report an unofficial summary report and an unofficial ward and precinct report. And that's how the unofficial results come in at the end of the night.
And what makes them unofficial?
Because we have hand counts, okay? If we have ballots that come in, just say 5 minutes of 8, okay, that come into the city clerk's office, we put them in the system that we received them, but we don't have time to bring them out to the precincts to be put through the tabulator, because by the time someone gets out there, the polls will have already been closed. So that is considered a hand count. Overseas voters who are eligible, they can get an e-ballot. And so what happens, if that e-ballot comes in before 8 o'clock, that is also a hand count, okay? And then also we have to wait for all the wards and precincts to come back with their ballots and the supplies and everything. And they might be provisional ballots that someone was allowed to vote provisionally. So that's why they're called unofficial results, because they're not the final results.
All right, well, and one thing I want to mention too, Joanne, is a lot of volunteers are helping, especially at the polling precincts on November 7th. How, if folks want to get involved and participate in this somehow, how can they go about doing that?
They're not volunteers, they're paid poll workers, okay? So what all they have to do is contact the city clerk's office, and what we do is we give them a packet which explains the different duties of the poll workers. You can be a constable, warden, clerk, or an inspector. And what those duties are, the hours, because some people don't know that it's a long day, especially if they want to do that, what's expected of them, what their duties are, each position, what they have to do. We are finding too that as the turnover goes, that people have been doing for a long time, it's a long day for them. We offer full shifts or half shifts, okay? And sometimes the half shifts do work out better because you have fresh eyes, especially at the end of the night. So all they have to do is contact us. We will give them a packet and tell them to read it. And if they're interested, fill out all the information we need in order to get them on as a poll worker.
And does a poll worker, if she or he is going to work at one of the precincts, is it a precinct that she or he lives in?
Not necessarily. Okay, they try to request, working at a poll where they live in close, so because at the end of the night, they just want to go home. We try to do that, but sometimes it's not possible. We just fill in wherever we need people. And we do have our regulars that come back, which I'm very grateful for. So
I was just going to say that if you are working a poll in the precinct that you live in, you might end up chatting to too many neighbors.
Yes, that's true. That's
kind
true.
of a hazard.
Yeah, it is. And I've found in visiting the precincts too is that like people haven't seen each other for a long time, so they want to do catch-up time, but that is not the time to do it.
Dangerously close to a bake sale maybe there too. So.
Yeah.
All right, Joanne, thank you so much again for your time. We really appreciate it. Good luck through November 7th.
Thank you.
Heather and I will send you on vacation November 8th.
I wish
Until
I
then,
could.
yeah, back to work. So.
Stay rested, hydrate, keep your
Yes.
phone charged, all those things they say.
Okay, thank you very much. It was nice seeing you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to 1623 Studios Voter's Guide to the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election. On September 28th, we spoke with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman to discuss this election season's biggest issues and topics. Here is that interview in its entirety.
Election 2023 continues. We are here with Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Daily Times to help walk us through some of the big issues and topics that folks are facing as we careen towards November 7th. How are you, Ethan?
Yeah, that's a tall order. I don't know, but it's election season in Gloucester is in full swing. So I think the big thing facing voters is the mayor's race.
Right. And yeah, a lot of races this time around, only one uncontested race. But yeah, right off the top, it's Greg Verga versus Mary Ellen Rose. What your feelings on it, and what have you gathered so far from the preliminary to this point in late September about? It's sort of like a grassroots campaign that Mary Ellen's running. Greg's only been in office for about a year, just over a year and a half now. A lot of things are going on. Your thoughts?
Well, I think I was talking to someone today about how the mayor, in their first term, for their first year, are trying to figure out the job, work on issues that were lingering from the prior administration. So when you think about a mayor that's going to run every 2 years, they really only have a year to get things done, and then you're kind of a little bit in campaign mode. So I think that's what is facing Greg Verga right now. He's going to run on his record, and now he has a challenger. And I think one of the interesting things about the challenger was Mary Ellen Rose. She was somebody who worked in his administration, and that wasn't really touched upon in the preliminary election. So I'm wondering how much that is going to become an issue moving forward, because it's in my opinion, it's a decision process. You've hired somebody, and then they didn't work out, and now they're running for your job. So I wonder if that is going to be an issue in the mayor's race, if that's going to be more highlighted. It really didn't come out in the preliminary election with Tracy O'Neill and Francisco Sclafani. So that to me might be an emphasis.
Right, and you would imagine with so many forums and debates scheduled over the next 4 to 6 weeks that the head-to-head, we could see some fireworks there.
Yeah, and I don't know whether it's fireworks, but I think maybe that the issue gets fleshed out a little bit more as far as, we'll see.
So Ethan, What do you think are the big issues that whoever wins the mayoral race, what are they looking at in the next 2 years? What are the issues in the city that this new mayor will, or the incumbent will have to address?
I think, and what I think came out of the preliminary and issues there was there's been a lot of talk about housing and that conundrum. Not just affordable housing, but just the creation of more housing. The MBTA communities issue is a big thing for Gloucester, wrestling with having to create a district of 2,270 units with that kind of capacity. I think it's scared a lot of people. There's some people in the city who say maybe we shouldn't go along with the state law. There's obviously this is a mandated law. The mayor has said that they're going to try to comply. So I think that's going to be a big issue. Climate change too, resiliency. What will the mayoral candidates bring to the table on that? The mayor has hired a resiliency coordinator, and we'll see what Mary Ellen has to offer on that topic. And the other thing that really hasn't come up, or maybe has come up on the side, is what is the future of the fishing industry? We talk a lot about maybe other ways of creating a blue economy, but we have still have a very vibrant fishing community, and it'll be interesting to see how the harbor plan moves forward. So I'm hoping to hear a little bit more about that.
Mm-hmm. And another contentious topic lately too is the mayor is also part of school committee, and we have this big battle between the paraprofessionals and the school committee that's ongoing as well.
Yeah, I think we'll see if it gets worked out before then. The mayor has two hats in this. It's a very tricky issue, and we'll see if it becomes an issue in the election. I don't know. It could be solved tomorrow.
Where do we stand with that? Where does the school committee stand?
Well, the school committee has asked for mediation. The paraprofessionals have been asking for a living wage, and they're saying that they're asking the school committee to come back to the table. And I think there has been I saw something on Facebook about the mayor wanting to meet. I think they met last night when this is being taped in this kind of as a whole to try to talk about this. So there's movement there. Like I said, if this gets solved, will it become an issue in the election? It remains to be seen, because it could be the contract could be finalized, and then then it would become an issue of how did the mayor do on this issue? Because again, he's wearing two hats. He's the city side. He's on the school committee. So it's a conundrum. My sense is everyone has been saying that the paraprofessionals should have an increase in pay, and I think eventually, that will be the issue. But so again, it could be solved, and it doesn't become an issue, but then it could be an issue.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we are recording this late September. Is today the 27th? September 27th or something?
Yeah, so that's why it's like I'm just hedging.
Yep, gotcha.
So let's just run through the ballot. Tell us, what do you think are the big issues for the city council in the next 2 years? And you could start with councilor at large and move through wards, what maybe there are issues within the wards. But let's start with councilor at large.
Well, it's sort of in my opinion, I think one of the things that I've been seeing is a lot of dysfunction on the council. Unfortunately, a lot of issues have been getting blown up, and there's been a lot of rancor on the council. The meeting that we had held, recently featured a debate about councilors approaching city inspectors and how that was handled, and how there's this kind of inability to talk about it and procedure and how people are obeying the rules of order. And so the council was on Zoom for many years. It's now back in person. And I think that might be an issue for the council moving forward. And I think that would be an issue for councilors to ask about, what has been the breakdown? Do they perceive a breakdown? I think there has been. So the council is going to change. We know Tracy O'Neill was redistricted. She was allowed to run, and she won. And but she is not running for. She's now in Ward 1. Friend Street, I believe, is in Ward 1, and I believe that she's going to. She ran for mayor, so she's off the council, unfortunately. I wish her the best of luck. And so you're going to have a new face on the council anyway. Mm-hmm. So Ward 2, if you want to break down the race a little bit, it seems like a generational shift on Ward 2. Barry Pett, who's been very active in the community, voters did not send him back. He was the predecessor for Tracy O'Neill. So you have a generation shift. You have Dylan Benson, he's a guy about 31 years old. He works for the city of Beverly in the law department. And you have Daniel Epstein, I believe PhD at Harvard University, working with academics who were displaced in Ukraine. This is very interesting now. You have this sort of generational shift in Ward 2.
Really, right?
Yeah,
young kids.
younger guys. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where you get that. Ward 3 is Joseph R. Orlando, his former city councilor, is going against Marjorie Grace, who I met, and seems like somebody who wants to get involved and wants to raise their voice. So that's going to be an interesting race. I'm not handicapping any of these races.
Right.
No,
right.
Ward 4 is interesting too. Frank Margiotta, who is a Ward 3 councilor, moved into Ward 4. Now, the city charter allows you to serve out the rest of your term. Now he's running for Ward 4. And he's running against Mary Pat DeRosa. So I think a lot of people know her in the city. I will get acquainted with her. So we'll see how an incumbent councilor living in a new ward in Lanesville.
And a ward represented by the council president.
Yeah, so it's musical chairs.
Right.
Val Gilman, former school committee member, longtime councilor in Ward 4, and she's taken the leap to try to be an at-large councilor.
Right. So she actually has. Those are big shoes to fill in Ward 4, I would think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. I mean, I think that whoever emerges. It'll be tough. So Frank is going against Mary Pat DeRosa. So on the ballot, so in the preliminary, there weren't enough candidates to trigger a runoff and council at large. So maybe we just talk about who is running. Can we just
And just to button up the wards. Sean Nolan is the only councilor in Ward 5 running unopposed.
Yeah, Sean. I don't know. He drew the short stick. No, I don't know. But no. And then Ward 1 race is interesting too. Marianne Albert Boucher, who is a frequent commenter in city council meetings. She has raised issues on the fields and in East Gloucester. Is running against Scott Memhard, who's a very known quantity, Cape Pond Ice. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Again, I'm relatively new to Gloucester. I really can't tell you. Perhaps the issues in Ward 1 might revolve around the closing of the school, the East Gloucester, and what the future of that site is going to be. That's going to be a critical part of the city. It's going to be open space. How that's handled could be an issue in the race.
Interesting.
So
Ethan, in your time reporting here, especially now that we're in full swing for election season, what do you find the voters and the constituents? What seems to be the most important issues to them this time around?
Well, I think that's a difficult question. I think there's a lot of angst about development and the changing nature of Gloucester, and what are we going to do about the I-4C2 parcel on Rogers Street? How is that going to be developed? People have proposed a performing arts center, but then people are saying, no, it should be more marine focused. So you can see the concern about the properties on the wharf becoming condos or hotels. I think there's an angst in the city about that. Tourism is vital to the city, but a lot of the tourist influx and that kind of population, the housing stock gets taken up by Airbnbs. That concern. So housing overdevelopment, I think the city is wrestling with that. That's the sort of the angst I feel like in the city. You know, I could be wrong, but that was a big driver of the discussion around zoning amendments last year, and I think it's sort of carried over. But you know, we'll see. You know.
And the MBTA development, that feels like that's just a tinderbox in the city.
Yeah, you know, and you know, we'll see how the mayoral candidates address that. You know, it's a huge issue for the city, but in some sense, it's just creating a zoning overlay district, and property owners have every right not to develop their property. So, you know. I was wondering if did you want to talk about who's running at large for city council, because I feel like those are
Exactly.
So we have Jamie O'Hara. He's been on for about 8 years. Chris Carranza is it would be a new face on the council, but not a new face as far as Gloucester, because he was an aide to former mayor Safadia Romeo Tekin. So. It's interesting. Jeff Worthley, who was on the council in the early 2000s, is running for he's running for at large again. And who else is running at large? Val Gilman, of course, who is giving up. I don't know if it's a safe seat in Ward 4, but she is taking that leap. Jason Crow. I think who's been on the council before is running for his second consecutive term, and Tony Gross, who is someone who was on the Waterways Board for a long time and a long-time school committee member. So there's a lot of experience as far as. Who's running? Did I get everybody? No, I'm gonna get.
Worthley, did you mention Jeff?
I mentioned Jeff
Okay.
because he had been on the council before,
Right, okay.
and then he came back. Now
So there are 4 seats and there's 6 people running. Do I have that right?
I think so.
Okay, so
Exactly.
it's possible that an incumbent is no longer in that. Actually, it's possible that 2 incumbents are no longer there.
Yeah, and again, I would be hesitant at this point to handicap this race. I'm actually hesitant to handicap any race. You know, you got a chance, whatever your percentage is, you know.
Well, even looking back 2 years ago, Tracy O'Neill upset Barry Pett by 2 votes at the end of the day.
2 votes.
you know?
And Barry was forthright in his candidate interview for the preliminary election. He had been sick.
Yeah.
And he couldn't campaign. So is there a desire for change in Ward 2? The voters have already shown that they're sending 2 younger people to represent them.
They've got a big school in their backyard now too.
Yeah.
Over there, so lots of change lately. So yeah, it's kind of, I think it's November 7th is going to be absolutely fascinating around here. I was just surprised how many people are running for all these different positions. I don't know if things might have calmed down a bit from 2 years ago, but it hasn't. Things have ramped up. I think that the whole election season is going to be quite interesting with all the forums and debates when we see who's standing for what and why they're running.
There's another component to this. We've been talking about the contract for paraprofessionals.
Yes.
There's a race for school committee.
Yes.
So that's going to be interesting. So incumbent Kathleen Clancy, she's a present chair. Also a newcomer, Jeremy Mark McKean is also running. Bill Melvin is running for his seat again. Keith Allen Minio, another member. Melissa Joyce Shara Prince, a well-known member of the school committee, who almost didn't run a couple years ago, but has come back. Yeah. She's represents budget and finance issues on the school committee, and a Richard John Roberts Jr. And Laura Wiesen as well. Now Samantha Watson declined to run, so there will be a new face on the school committee.
Right.
School committee, and just in a cursory look at the school committee, I've been to a lot of the meetings, but they seem to work well together. So we'll see what the voters say. What issues on the schools might be. School performance might be an issue. I hear a lot about that. Where they say Gloucester kids should do better, but again, they got a brand new school, and it's a beautiful new school. I know they had some issues with it recently, but beautiful facility. So that school committee does not have to face that moving forward. The combination of two schools.
Right.
It really feels to me like we're just like shaking up the whole city. I mean, with Val moving to councilor at large, with Frank Margiotta moving to her ward, two new faces there, brand new faces in Ward 2. It just feels like there's a lot of question marks.
Well, I mean, you have the potential for most of the council to turn over.
Right.
That's what you're seeing. So if the incumbents lose, and that's like I say, 50-50 chance when you're running in these kind of races.
So Ethan, let me ask you this. So how does election season play out for you as a reporter? I mean, obviously a lot of debates and forums to cover. Is the Times part of any of the hosting debates or anything like that?
Well, I think at the time we're talking about this, it's late September, and we haven't really done any sort of planning. I really envision writing about the races and doing some candidate profiles, but we haven't planned that out.
Gotcha. Do you get requests because we've gotten requests to host debates and forums, which we sort of steer clear from?
Well, I'm hoping that there's an organization that comes forward and does a debate. It was very well done by the League of Women Voters. They had taped interviews, and I think that allowed candidates to have a long form presentation. But the best way to really flesh out candidates is our debate. So we'll see what organizations can come forward and do that. It's too soon for me to say what our planning is going to be for coverage.
Gotcha.
I just have one last question. You did cover the preliminary forum. Do you want to just tell us what you could take away from this election season, from what you saw in the audience and just the mood of that forum? How about questions in the audience? There's a lot of questioning.
I think there were
right?
like a lot of.
And there you have it, folks. So yeah, the roller coaster is about to take off here.
We're learning on like this now. The other thing is, I just make note. It was a very low turnout. In Ward 2, it was a very low turnout. And so if we can make a plea to anyone who's watching this, please vote, because you have a big say in who is going to run the city for the next 2 years.
Yeah, I don't think people realize that how tight these elections actually are. I think it was 18.79% turned out for the preliminary vote, which was 11 or 12% lower than 2 years ago. But we could see some big numbers now on the 7th. There are some big races and big names and former names getting back in the ring again. So we'll see.
Well, it depends on how tuned in people are. So I was kind of just a little bit discouraged that the turnout was so low, especially in Ward 2, where we've been hearing a lot of heat.
Right, and the audience in that preliminary forum seemed really, excited. So.
But it's
yeah, and we spoke with Joanne Sinos a little while ago. It's still summertime. People are still getting kids ready for school. There isn't a whole lot of discussion before the preliminary vote, so it kind of hits people sort of quickly, but who knows, we'll see. But in the meantime, Ethan, we'll be in touch with you to help guide us through election season here in Gloucester. Should be pretty fascinating, so we appreciate your time, and we'll be in touch with you sooner than later.
Thank you, Corey. Thanks, Heather.
Thank you. It's great to see you in person, as always.
Thank you.
You're watching 1623 Studios' Voter's Guide to the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election. Now, a quick look at Gloucester's population, according to the most recent information from the United States Census Bureau in July of 2022. Gloucester's population is 29,836. There are 23,026 registered voters, 1,209 veterans. 24.5% of the population is over 65, 16.1% is under 18, 4.9% is under 5, and 9.6% is foreign born.
The median household income in Gloucester is $82,984 per year. 62.7% of the housing is owner-occupied. Median value of owner-occupied housing is $460,000. The median gross rental is $1,256. 9.3% live in poverty.
With Election Day fast approaching, here is what is already transpired this election season. The preliminary election was September 19th to decide the top 2 candidates for mayor, Ward 2 councilor, and Ward 3 councilor in the November election. Any registered voter was eligible to run for office. There were 4,226 ballots cast out of 23,026 registered voters, a turnout of just under 19%.
In the mayor's race, incumbent Greg Verga received 46% of the vote, 1,928 votes. Mary Ellen Rose received 34% of the vote, 1,434. Tracy O'Neill received 19% of the vote, 820. And Francisco Sclafani received less than 1% of the vote, 25. There were 8 write-ins. Greg Verga and Mary Ellen Rose advanced to the November 7th election.
In the Ward 2 race, Dylan Benson received 40% of the vote. Daniel Epstein received 26% of the vote. Barry Pett received 17% of the vote. Donald Jedis received 15.5% of the vote. There were 2 write-ins. Dylan Benson and Daniel Epstein advanced to the November 7th election.
In the Ward 3 race, Joseph Orlando received 39% of the vote. Marjorie Grace received 31% of the vote. Jason Hakes received 29% of the vote, and there were 6 write-ins. Joseph Orlando and Marjorie Grace advanced to the November 7th election.
The stage is now set for Election Day on November 7th with 2 candidates running for mayor, 6 candidates running for 4 at-large councilor seats, 7 candidates running for 6 school committee seats, and 9 candidates running for ward councilor, with only 1 candidate running unopposed.
Per city charter, candidates serve 2-year terms. Let's learn about the duties performed by mayor, at-large councilor, city councilor, and school committee, and then we will introduce you to this year's candidates. First, the role of Mayor of Gloucester.
What does the mayor do? The mayor is the executive branch of city government. According to the city charter, the term begins on the first secular day of January following the election. Among other duties, the mayor must make appointments to city offices, including department heads and boards, police chief and fire chief, but they must all be confirmed by the city council. Act as a 7th member of the school committee and the coordinator for the school committee with other city departments, and create a budget and present it to city council for approval.
But mayors have help. As the charter says, the mayor shall within 60 days appoint a chief administrative officer who is professionally qualified as a municipal administrator by virtue of training, education, or experience. That person may prepare and administer the annual budget, manage capital outlay programs. Basically, the CAO can do anything in the mayor's direction, at the mayor's direction, except appoint and terminate city officers or veto city council decisions. Mayor Greg Verga's CAO is Jill Cahill.
So, who is running for mayor? The incumbent is Greg Verga, who defeated Safathia Romeo Taken in 2021 by a margin of 59% to 41%, with just over 10,000 ballots cast, a turnout of just over 45%. The challenger is Mary Ellen Rose. This is her first bid for mayor of Gloucester. Verga and Rose defeated outgoing Ward 2 councilor Tracy O'Neill and longtime mayoral candidate Francisco Sclafani in the preliminary election on September 19th. Let's take a closer look at the candidates with information sourced from their campaign websites and/or literature. This is the order they appear on the November 7th ballot.
Who is Mary Ellen Rose? She has worked in the health sciences for more than 40 years as an educator, scientist, consultant, and published academic. She has employed her subject matter expertise at corporate, medical, government, military, religious, municipal, and nonprofit entities across the United States and in the global organizations. Employers have included the U.S. Department of State, Department of Defense's Defense Health Agency, Northeast Hospital System, Kaiser Permanente, the New England Insurance, and others. She has received many recommendations and other awards for outstanding contributions and leadership efforts in both professional and volunteer capacities. She has worked as an American Red Cross volunteer for 10 years in the DC area.
Who is Greg Verga? Verga worked for several years in the manufacturing and tech industries before becoming a licensed real estate agent in 2005. He's a former school committee member, Ward 5 city councilor, and councilor at large. He served 8 years on the school committee and 6 years on city council. Here are points that mark his first term as mayor. He negotiated $5 million payment from the state towards a renovation of the police station and district court. He earmarked $10 million of the $23 million the city received in COVID local recovery funds from the American Rescue Plan Act towards upgrading the sewer treatment plant. He hired a full-time climate sustainability coordinator. The mayor is also promoting free home energy audits. He directed ARPA funds to complete new playgrounds at Plum Cove and Beeman Elementary schools. The New East Veterans Elementary School was completed on time and on budget.
The mayor also supplemented the fiscal year 2022 paving budget by $300,000 and increased the fiscal year 2023 pothole budget by 480%. The new reservation program to manage beach traffic has reduced traffic and increased revenues. He has pushed forward the effort to renovate and expand the Sawyer Free Library, a project that was unanimously supported by the City Council. And he has revitalized the Affordable Housing Trust and directed tax receipts from short-term rental fees to the trust to deliver a continual funding source. He has directed $1.5 million from the ARPA funds to the trust, and he has begun the process for a new master plan to replace the previous plan from 2001.
Now, the race for City Council. What is the City Council? The council is the legislative branch of city government. There are 9 members, 5 ward councilors elected by their ward, 1 for each ward, and 4 councilors at large elected by the voters. They are elected to 2-year terms held every 2 years in odd-numbered years. They are responsible for the enactment of the city laws.
Among other duties, City Council meets on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month at 7 p.m. in City Hall. It confirms the mayor's appointments, approves the mayor's proposed annual budget, and the council also has 3 standing committees, each comprised of 3 members: Budget and Finance, Ordinances and Administration, Planning and Development. The standing committees hold regular public meetings to consider the matters referred to them by the council.
Let's meet the candidates for at-large councilor. At-large councilors serve the entire city, whereas ward councilors serve specific subdivisions of Gloucester. There are 6 candidates seeking 4 at-large seats. Voters can choose up to 4. Here they are in ballot order. Jeffrey T. Worthley, incumbent. Worthley is running for a 2nd consecutive term as councilor at large, but served 4 years on the city council from 2001 to 2005. He also ran for mayor in 2005 and 2007. He serves on the Budget and Finance Standing Committee. Worthley grew up in Gloucester and currently works in financial services.
Jason M. Groh, incumbent. Groh is running for a 2nd consecutive term as councilor at large. He is currently chair of the Planning and Development Standing Committee. He already served as Ward 1 councilor for 2 terms. Groh has worked for 30 years as a professional magazine and corporate photographer and photojournalist. As chair of the Planning and Development Standing Committee, Groh addressed changes to the inclusionary zoning ordinance and supported the Housing Production Plan zoning amendments, which, had they passed, would have facilitated the creation of new 2- and 3-family homes throughout the city. This was intended to ensure that all neighborhoods had some responsibility for the city's housing needs.
Christopher DiMercurio Sicaranza. He was the interim CAO for Mayor Romeo Taken in 2021. In 2022, he became the Chief of Staff in Haverhill, Mass., and then Chief of Staff in Salem in 2023. He has been the Gloucester Democratic City Committee Ward 3 Chair and served on various Gloucester City boards, including the Gloucester Licensing Board, Special Events Committee, Discover Gloucester, DMO, Committee for the Arts, Gloucester Green. In 2016, Sikaranza was the first Director of Communications and Constituent Services for the City of Gloucester.
Valerie Gilman. She is currently the 5-time counselor for Ward 4 and is running for the first time for counselor at large. She's currently the president of the City Council. She's the vice chair of the Planning and Development Standing Committee. She's been on the Planning and Development Standing Committee for 8 years and chaired it for 4. She was recently nominated to join the Massachusetts Municipal Association's Women Elected Municipal Officials Steering Committee, which works to promote the leadership of women officials statewide and sponsors programming focused on issues its members raise. She served on the school committee from 2007 to 2013 as member, vice chair, and then chair.
Tony M. Gross, incumbent. Tony's seeking his second consecutive term as counselor at large. He's the current vice chair of the Budget and Finance Standing Committee. This is his 12th year on the Waterways Board and 7 years as the chair. He serves on Gloucester's Master Harbor Plan Committee. He takes credit for securing $1.6 million in funding for the Visiting Boating Center. He is the cultural representative for ARPA funds listening sessions. He served 13 years on the Gloucester School Committee, 6 years as chair of their Building and Finance Committee. And he is also a retired fisherman.
James W. O'Hara, Jr., incumbent. O'Hara is running for a 5th consecutive term. He is the owner and president of O'Hara Industrial Services, LLC. He helped launch and has headed Gloucester's grassroots group, Citizens for Public Safety. O'Hara has previously served on the Magnolia Library and Community Center Board.
And here are the candidates running for ward councilor. And keep in mind, each ward gets its own ballot featuring the candidates for that ward only. Wards are determined by population between major roads and waterways. There are approximately 6,000 people per ward in Gloucester. Here are the candidates for Ward 1. Mary Ann Boucher. Boucher and her husband own a construction company in Gloucester. She worked for the Gloucester Public School System, both in the classroom and as the City of Gloucester substitute coordinator. She was president of the Mount Pleasant Cemetery Association in Ward 1, vice president of the Cape Ann Figure Skating Club, and fundraising coordinator for East Gloucester Elementary School. She has 20 years of experience as an administrative assistant to the president of a home inspection firm and was a sales rep for multiple home furnishing manufacturers.
Scott Memhard, incumbent. He was elected Ward 1 City Councilor in 2015 and has served 4 consecutive terms, running for his 5th. He has been president of Cape Pond Ice Company for 40 years. He served 8 years on the Budget and Finance Subcommittee and is now chair. Memhard was director and board president of Sawyer Free Library, the Gloucester Unitarian Universalist Church, and the Cape Ann Chamber of Commerce. He has served on the boards of Maritime Gloucester, Cape Ann Commercial Fishermen's Loan Fund, the Phyllis A. Marine Association, and the Gloucester Fisheries Commission. Memhard has worked with residents to repave private roads through the Betterment Paving Program, including Haskell Court, Hart Street, Harrison Avenue, Bass Avenue, and Thatcher Road.
Ward 2. Due to redistricting, current councilor Tracy O'Neill could not run for Ward 2 re-election. Her home address fell into the newly shaped Ward 1. Instead, she ran in the mayoral preliminary race and lost, finishing 3rd behind Greg Verga and Mary Ellen Rose. Here are the candidates for Ward 2. Dylan Benson. Benson works in the City of Beverly's legal department. He earned his high school equivalency diploma in 2012, a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice from Salem State University in 2017, a Master of Science in Criminal Justice from Anna Marie College in 2019, and Master's Certificate from Northeastern University in 2021. His take on the MBA communities issue, I quote, "I believe we have to follow the law. That is what I've read from the actual MBTA Communities Act law and then reading the Attorney General's opinion. But also I believe that we can do this in a way that respects the neighborhoods, the unique character of our neighborhoods."
Daniel Epstein. Epstein holds a doctorate in government from Harvard University. He works as the assistant director of the Scholars Without Borders program at Harvard University, which supports scholars affected by the war in Ukraine. He has served on the Gloucester Board of Registrars, and he's worked as a field organizer for Senator Bernie Sanders in 2016. On the MBTA communities issue, Epstein said, quote, "I think it's an issue that we really have to find some way to confront in a way that will help Gloucester be more affordable for families. I don't think that we can take the cookie-cutter legislation that was provided and provide exactly that, a single large, very dense zoning parcel in downtown Gloucester."
Here are the candidates for Ward 3. Marjorie Grace. Grace calls Ward 3 the gateway to Gloucester. I quote, "There's 3 ways to get into Gloucester, 4 if you count the ocean, and all 3 of them come through Ward 3. So every decision that is made in this city affects Ward 3. She works as a surgical technologist at Leahy Medical Center in Peabody. She believes the ward gets overlooked, but anytime there is development, the traffic on the ward suffers. She's asked whether West Gloucester, which also has an MBTA station, might be examined for a multifamily zoning district.
Joseph Orlando. Orlando served as both a Ward 3 counselor and counselor at large in the 1980s. He works as a night crew chief at Shaw's. Before that, he worked for a cell phone company. To quote him, he says, "I'm running because I've been in the community all of my life. I've watched the ward. I see the ward has not been represented that well lately. I feel I can do something for the ward." Regarding the MBTA communities issue, Orlando said there didn't seem to be room around the Railroad Avenue station for such a development. And he said more housing there could change the character of the whole area.
Here are the candidates for Ward 4. Note, current Ward 4 Councilor Val Gilman is running for at-large councilor. Mary Pat DeRosa. DeRosa is a retired IT project manager who now works as a property manager for senior and low-income populations. She is running for Ward 4 Councilor, to, quote, "because I want to strengthen our government so it's more responsive to residential needs." DeRosa objects to school consolidation and the development of public parcels or open spaces. She cited the new consolidated school, East Veterans Elementary School, as an unhappy fate she does not wish for Ward 4, home to 2 elementary schools.
Frank Margiotta. Current Ward 3 counselor, Margiotta won as a write-in candidate 2 years ago. He moved from Ward 3 to Ward 4 during his tenure. Margiotta has a background in restaurant management but works now as a farmer's truck manager for the Open Door. Margiotta considers, quote, "consolidation of schools a complex and sensitive issue that requires careful consideration of various factors. The performance of Plum Cove School academically certainly adds an additional layer to the decision-making process."
Ward 5. Sean Nolan's the incumbent and running unopposed. This is the only unopposed race in the 2023 election. Nolan was first elected to City Council in 2015 and is running for his 4th consecutive term. He's Vice President of City Council and Chair of the Ordinance and Administration Standing Committee. He is the owner and operator of Extreme Truck and Auto. His background includes participation in the Magnolia Lions, board member of Magnolia Library, and he has been involved and a member in the Freemasons and Shriners Hospital.
Finally, the race for school committee. There will be 7 people running for the 6 open school committee seats, with the mayor always acting as the 7th member of the board. What does the school committee do? It exercises control and management over the public schools. It appoints a superintendent, physicians and nurses, special ed director, and a business administrator. It furnishes all school buildings with proper fixtures, furnishings, and equipment, including for school grounds. The school committee submits their annual proposed budget to the mayor to include in the city budget, which will be approved by the city council. The mayor also serves on the committee with full power to vote, making 7 members. Let's meet the candidates running for school committee in the order they appear on the ballot. Note, Samantha Virga Watson is not running for re-election.
Jeremy McKean. McKean is running for school committee for the first time. He taught high school English in the city of Lynn since 2001. He's a member of the Lynn Teachers Union. He was a building representative for 7 years and then held a seat on the executive committee. He has worked with the AFL-CIO as a futures representative. He has taught at a vocational technical school. McKean has been part of the Gloucester Democratic City Committee, first as social media outreach and then as Ward 1 chair. McKean's 3 children attend Gloucester schools. He met Kurt Vonnegut Jr., who told him that, quote, Teaching was the most important job one can have in a democracy, unquote.
Keith Mineo, incumbent. Mineo is seeking a second term on the school committee. He was raised in Magnolia, moved to California, returned to raise his 2 children in the Gloucester public school system. He was concessions manager for Freight and Salvage Coffee House in Berkeley, California. He served as a teacher assistant and school purchaser for his child's cooperative preschool. He has worked as a lobsterman on his father's boat, as a sales associate at Cape Ann Lobsterman, and he has been an insurance agent. He is a single father.
Richard John Roberts, Jr., incumbent. Roberts is seeking a second term on the school committee. He serves as a security officer for Beth Israel Lahey Hospital and a shift supervisor for Allied Universal. His 2 children attend Gloucester schools. Bullying is a serious concern for him. He is also concerned that Gloucester High School has an 86% graduation rate, below the state average of 93%. He's concerned about the looming cost of another school consolidation, should there be one.
Kathleen Clancy, incumbent. Clancy is chair of the school committee, running for an 8th term. In her tenure, she has been chair of the Building and Finance Subcommittee and has chaired the Programs Committee. She is a member of the East Gloucester Veteran School Building Committee and was previously on the West Parish Building Committee. Both projects successfully constructed new schools on time and on budget. Recently, the committee has added new windows to O'Malley School and new playgrounds at Beeman and Plum Cove elementary schools. New curricula and diverse learning opportunities are in place across the district, including expanding the career, technical, and vocational programs, a number of programs to improve mental health of students and their families, and a significant growth in the musical instrument participation. Kathleen Clancy has been active in the Gloucester Ed Foundation for many years. She has a degree in accounting and an MBA in finance. She's worked for over 20 years in that industry.
Melissa Joy Texera Prince, incumbent. Prince has been serving on the school committee for almost 16 years, or 8 terms. She was a member of the Essex Tech School Committee for 9 years. She's the chairperson to the school committee Building and Finance Subcommittee. Prince's recent time on the board has meant overseeing project initiatives including the new West Parish and East Veteran schools, a number of physical improvements to buildings, investment in new curriculum and targeted intervention programs. Prince has worked at the Gloucester District Court for the past 30 years, assisting local residents with matters of domestic violence, mental health, substance use, and criminal and civil matters. She has a grandchild who is attending her first year at Gloucester High.
Laura Wiesen, incumbent. Wiesen is running for her 3rd term on the school committee. She is chair of the Ad Hoc Communications Subcommittee and the Programs Subcommittee. Under this leadership, the schools implemented a new policy to encourage attendance, not punish absenteeism. She previously worked in television news and as a documentary producer. Her 2 children attend Gloucester schools.
William Melvin Jr., incumbent. Melvin is running for a 2nd term on school committee. He's lived in Gloucester for 30 years. He entered the Army after high school and has worked in industrial manufacturing for 35 years. He has campaigned in both elections on the principles of, quote, responsibility, opportunity, impact, and enthusiasm, unquote. His 3 children graduated from the Gloucester school system.
Basic voter information and deadlines for Gloucester's November 7th, 2023 municipal election. The polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Election Day. The deadline to register to vote or make changes to your voter registration for the municipal election is Friday, October 27th from 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. in the city clerk's office. The online voter registration deadline is October 27th at 11:59 p.m.
The city's clerk office is not required to mail to the voters an absentee ballot application or a vote-by-mail application for the municipal election. For voting absentee, voting by mail, military, and overseas voting, and for voters with disabilities, applications and instructions can be found on the city's elections website page, gloucester-ma.gov/337/elections. Applications are accepted via email, fax, regular mail, or hand-delivered to the city clerk's office at 2 Dale Avenue. The deadline to submit an absentee by mail or vote by mail ballot application for the election is Tuesday, October 31st at 5 p.m. The deadline for absentee ballot voting is Monday, November 6th at noon. Vote by mail and absentee ballots can be returned via parcel post, hand-delivered to the city clerk's office by the voter or family member only, or placed in the drop box located on the Warren Street entrance to City Hall. Please note the drop box will not be out in inclement weather. If you have any questions or would like to be a poll worker on election day, there is pay. Please contact the city clerk's office at 978-281-9720 or email elections@gloucester-ma.gov.
Where do you vote in person on November 7th? Ward 1, Precincts 1 and 2, vote at the East Veterans Elementary School, 11 Webster Street. Ward 2, Precincts 1 and 2, they vote at Our Lady of Good Voyage Church Youth Center at 140 Prospect Street. Ward 3, Precincts 1 and 2, they vote at Gloucester High School, 32 Leslie O. Johnson Road. Ward 4, Precinct 1, votes at Beeman Memorial School at 138 Cherry Street. Ward 4, Precinct 2, votes at the Plum Cove School at 15 Hickory Street. Ward 5, Precinct 1, votes at the Magnolia Library Center at 1 Lexington Avenue. Ward 5, Precinct 2, votes at the West Parish Elementary School at 10 Concord Street.
This concludes 1623 Studios' Voter Guide to the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election. Our election night coverage begins Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. from Kairou's Auditorium at City Hall. We'll be joined by Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman. When the polls close at 8 p.m., we'll have immediate results and reactions. In the meantime, you can watch all the candidate statements, interviews, election debates, and forums on Comcast Channel 6, as well as 1623 Studios' social media outlets. From all of us at 1623 Studios, we'll see you live on November 7th for full coverage of the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election.
You're watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election. Today, voters across the city of Gloucester submitted ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, hosts Corey Kukuru, Heather Atwood, and the 1623 Studios team are inside Gloucester's City Hall at center stage at Kairou's Auditorium with special guest commentary from former City Council President Paul Lundberg, a breakdown of this year's election season's top stories with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman, and an exclusive interview with outgoing school committee member Samantha Virga-Watson. Then, when the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay with us for immediate results and reaction with this year's candidates. Now, for more coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections, here's tonight's anchors and co-hosts of Cape Ann Today, Corey Kukuru and Heather Atwood.
To Kairou's Auditorium at Gloucester City Hall for a special edition of Cape Ann Today. It is the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Elections. The polls are about 9 minutes away from closing. We have wire-to-wire coverage for you to bring you all the results and reaction. I'm Corey Kukuru, your host, alongside, as always, Heather Atwood. How are you doing tonight, Heather?
I'm great. It's a very exciting night.
This is a big night. Yeah, change is in the air. The question is, how much change? So here's what we plan on doing for you tonight. Up until 8 o'clock p.m., we will be introducing guests to you, including Paul Lundberg, former City Council President. He'll be sitting in with us for the duration of the night to allow his expertise. We always tap his shoulder when situations like this arise. He's been incredibly helpful for us. So we're looking forward to that. We believe Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times is going to try to make it. He is obviously covering and trying to make tight deadlines tonight in order for the election results to make tomorrow morning's copy. There were two breaking stories today that he's dealing with, non-election related.
Yeah.
So we're hoping we have him with us, so fingers crossed there. And then a little later on, outgoing Gloucester School Committee member Samantha Virga-Watson is going to join us and explain, I guess, why she decided to leave and explain maybe why she may come back at some point too. So that should be interesting as well. This also is going to bring us right to the polls closing at 8 p.m. We'll have that for you, and then we all wait with bated breath for the results to come in. We have worked with City Hall very closely this election season to sync up those results live for you. So as they come in, how this works is the polls close at 8, and then in each precinct, the ballot boxes are shut down. They print out the results there, and they are posted at the precinct. But then the memory sticks, we have folks from City Hall who go to each of the voting polling places, and they bring back those memory sticks. So Joanne Sinos here right in front of us. And when those results are ready, we are going to automatically have those results for all of you, just like that. So big leaps in technology for us this year.
I know. What a difference 2 years makes.
Yeah. And then, of course, once we have those results in, we'll have live reaction from as many candidates who are here at City Hall as possible. So it promises to be a great night. So, Heather, right off the top, we should probably get into the races. Of course, there is a potential for lots of change in the City of Gloucester leadership here. Of course, the lead story is the mayoral race between incumbent Greg Verga, who is 22 months into his first term, going against spirited challenger Mary Ellen Rose. This has been hotly contested for quite some time now. Folks know that Mary Ellen was the former director for the health department here for the City of Gloucester. Was let go through the Verga administration last year after about 5 months or so, I believe. And it's been contentious at times, the race this year too, as you've seen the forums and debates. So we will find out those results for you. And then what Heather and I believe to be is a big reason why the voter turnout is going to be as large as it is going to be today is the race for at-large. And we have 6 candidates, really
Solid.
7.
Yeah. There's a write-in.
Yeah.
There's a whole story there,
Yeah.
and we will get into that story. But
Yeah.
7 solid Gloucester citizens. They've been city. We only have one of the 7 who has not been a city councilor, right? Chris Cicaranta. And they're all solid people that have been city councilors.
Yeah, they're all names around here too, right?
So there's not, it's just like shuffling, it will be a shuffling of veterans, basically, is what will be happening.
Yeah, good
in this
point.
race.
And then, of course, included in all this, now you have Jeff Worthley and Jason Groh and Chris Cicaranza and Val Gilman and Tony Gross and Jamie O'Hara. Now, there's 2 curious cases here. One is Val Gilman leaving Ward 4, where she's been the longtime councilor there and running for at-large. And then Tracy O'Neill, who is the Ward 2 councilor right now. But after redistricting, which literally moved her street into Ward 1, she could no longer run once again for Ward 2. So in September, she opted to run
For mayor.
Yeah. And she finished 3rd in the preliminary election behind Verga and Rose. And then I think within the last 2 weeks, decided to do a sticker campaign to run for at-large councilor. And a sticker meaning they're almost like address labels, but they have to be the correct width and thickness in order for those stickers to pass through the ballot box and be recorded. So,
But people could write in Tracy O'Neill also. They didn't have to use the stickers. Is that right?
right, and I think the idea from O'Neill's campaign is you can't be at a polling precinct to hand out these stickers. You have to meet them somewhere. I don't know how far the distance has to be away. But that's how you get one of these stickers to add to your ballot. So we'll see how that plays out, but potentially big changes there in the at-large race. Then, of course, we have 7 candidates running for school committee. School committee is dealing with all sorts of issues on their end as well, good and bad. Of course, we had the consolidation of East Gloucester Elementary School as well as Veterans Memorial School into now East Veterans, which is the big polling precinct today. And there's this legal fight with the paraprofessionals here in the City of Gloucester, or a contract dispute, which is ongoing. And there was a lot of talk in the forums and debates this election season about perhaps consolidating Beeman and Plum Cove elementary schools sometime in the future as well. So in that race, we have Jeremy McKean, who is a newbie, Keith Ominio, Richard Roberts, who closely lost the election 2 years ago, Kathleen Clancy, Melissa Joy Texera Prince, Laura Weeson, and Bill Melvin. So there is that. And then we have the ward races. Now, we have 4 races. Ward 5 is the only contest that is unopposed. That is Sean Nolan. So we are going to actually project Sean Nolan to be the new the next Ward 5 councilor for West Gloucester and Magnolia.
Can I just say
yeah.
that I love these ward races because everyone was very kind in their forum. They were very nice to each other. Scott Memhard and Marianne Boucher had made a pact of civility before they started. They were complimenting each other. So as opposed to the councilor at large race, which was a little bit testy, and the mayoral race, these ward races were just kind.
Yeah, Gloucester politics is a full contact sport, so
Yeah,
we are ready for it here. All right, so let's break down these ward races quickly for you. You have the incumbent Scott Memhard up against Marianne Boucher in Ward 2. There will be definitely new leadership there. Dylan Benson versus Daniel Epstein. And then in Ward 3, which will have new leadership as well, Marjorie Grace against Joe Orlando, who was a councilor back in the 80s and maybe the early 90s as well. And then Ward 4, there'll be a newbie as well because it's Mary Pat DeRosa against Frank Marjotta. Frank is the current Ward 3 councilor who won in as a write-in 2 years ago, but has since moved to Ward 4 and is running in that spot, which Val Gilman is leaving. And we mentioned Sean Nolan running unopposed. So there is that. Deep breaths, everybody. And now, Heather, I guess we want to talk about what's at stake exactly this evening.
Yes, what is at stake? I'm going to read this because I want to say it properly. What is at stake is housing and character. The city needs one and wants to preserve the other. And how will it do that? Another issue is the ability to work amicably with the state over the 3A law without losing the ability to legislate Gloucester's own future. And the ability to legislate. The council has referred to the bickering and the distractions among them, and that it's obstructed their ability to legislate. How will they resolve that? That will be a big issue in the next term. And what role will the ward councilors play now that they've sort of had this, code of civility that they've demonstrated in their forums?
Yeah, interesting times. Indeed. Why don't we take a quick break here, and then Paul Lundberg, the former city councilor and city council president, is going to sit in with us. It's a 60-second break. We'll be right back with Paul right after this.
You're watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across the city of Gloucester submitted ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, hosts Corey Kukuru, Heather Atwood, and the 1623 Studios team are inside Gloucester's City Hall at center stage at Kairou's Auditorium with special guest commentary from former City Council President Paul Lundberg, a breakdown of this year's election season's top stories with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman, and an exclusive interview with outgoing school committee member Samantha Virga-Watson. Then, when the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay with us for immediate results and reaction with this year's candidates. Now, for more coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections, here's tonight's anchors and co-hosts of Cape Ann Today, Corey Kukuru and Heather Atwood.
And welcome back to City Hall. It is election night here throughout the city of Gloucester, and we are coming to you live from Kairou's Auditorium on Dale Avenue, where the polls are going to close in just a little over an hour. We are here for results and reaction. But first of all, we get to have a nice conversation with Paul Lundberg, a close friend of us here at 1623, and the guy who bails us out of lots of things when we need. We have all questions, civic or municipal. So we really appreciate you being here with us tonight.
Well, glad to help, and this is a wonderful service for the voters and the citizens of Gloucester, and it's really important that you guys are doing this, so I'm glad to be a part of it, and whatever help I can be. Thank you.
Well, we have so many questions.
Okay.
I personally have so many questions because so many issues came out of these forums. And what I really heard as a theme that this city was having an issue with is how to resolve preserving neighborhood character and create housing. That felt like the biggest issue, right? So do you want to talk about that? First of all, can the city legislate neighborhood character? How does that happen?
So that's a dissertation of the highest magnitude, that question. But why don't we start with what zoning really is and how that works, because that's the essence of the debate that has been going on during this campaign. And zoning is the way that cities control the building within their boundaries, and control where businesses are actually located, where residences are actually located, and what kind of residences can be in certain places. So in Gloucester, for instance, We'll go to the biggest, which is called R80, because that means that the lot size has to be 80,000 square feet. And for those of you who know Gloucester well, R80 district is basically much of West Gloucester and much of the Lanesville and that side of the Cape away from the water, where the lots are bigger because there's just more space. So the first thing that the zoning does is it establishes those zones and the size of the lots in those zones. If you go from those large zones that I spoke of, R80, down to R5 and R10 downtown, which means that the lot size is going to be 5,000 square feet, not 80,000 square feet. So right there, you're talking about a way that a city can influence the type of building that goes on. When we talk about density, and then the second part of this, is what kind of building can go on that lot. And for instance, in the R80 district, in all districts, in fact, in Gloucester, you can build a single family home by right. In other
One family.
Yes. And by right means that you, as the owner of that property, you can get a design of a house and hire a builder and build it. You don't have to go to the city for permission, as long as the building, complies with the zoning requirements of that district. And those zoning requirements are called things like setbacks. The house has to be 20 feet from the street and 20 feet from your neighbor's yard and that sort of thing. It also limits the size of the height of the house and so forth. But you can do that by right. And builders, just know how to do that, and there's no issue there for the homeowner. What happens, though, is when you get into bigger buildings, a two-family house, a more than three-family house, an apartment house, and so forth. So the zoning code calls for how the uses of those lots are judged. So there's a use table in the zoning ordinance, which is pretty dense, but basically what it says, it's got a little box, and it says single-family home in R80. Why? For yes. Or it says multi-family apartment building in R80. It says N. No.
No.
You cannot build a multi-family apartment building in the R80 districts. It just is. And that, again, how the city controls the size and density of where people live.
And this is part of preserving neighborhood character.
Yes.
Or legislating for neighborhood character.
So we'll get to that in just a minute.
Yeah.
So when I talk about the zoning table, and there's a Y and there's an N, yes, no, but there's more. And there are many places where it says, instead of a Y or an N, it says CC, which means City Council Special Permit. Or it says SP, which is the Zoning Board of Appeals. And if you are a builder and you want to build that particular type of building on that particular lot in that zone, and it says SP, you must go to the Zoning Board of Appeals and get their approval. And that is where this control comes in, and that is where the factors that govern usage come in, and that's where we get to neighborhood character.
So that is actually a factor on the list
Yeah.
to be considered.
So I hope I haven't gone too far into the weeds yet.
Well, it's all weeds, right? But we
Okay,
need the weeds here,
so
yeah.
it's all weeds, but we're getting to the important part of the weeds, because this is what has dominated this campaign. And the domination in this campaign didn't start here, although housing and affordable housing has always been a very important subject matter for years. In the 20 years that I've been involved in city government, it's been front and center, because Gloucester, by any measure, by the state law, does not have enough affordable housing. And we can get into more weeds on what is affordable housing and how you define it, but we'll leave that aside for a second, because I want to get down to the campaign and the discussions during the campaign about that. So when we get down to these zoning districts and the uses within the zoning districts, and we get into the away from the yeses and the nos, but get down into the special permits, So if a builder or a citizen wants to build a 3-unit apartment building in zone R10, they can do that. The zoning ordinance permits that with a special permit. So the person has to go and apply either to the zoning board or the city council, and it's designated in the zoning table of where do you go. And generally speaking, ones that are smaller and less impactful go to the zoning board. Ones that are bigger and more impactful go to the city council. Excuse me for 1 second. So.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this forever now, but especially this year, the talk about housing zoning. It's dominated actually all the communities on Cape Ann, but it's really been a hot-button issue in Gloucester this time.
Right,
That's
and for the council this past term, yeah.
So in other words, the ability to build multifamily housing in all of these zones, there's 3 zones in Gloucester that say no to any kind of multifamily housing.
So that you cannot even apply for a special permit in zone R80, R40, and RC40.
That's right.
Okay.
And and there's a whole bunch of reasons why that is, but that's the way it is. Okay. So where we get to, let's go right down to R10 and R5, which is basically downtown Gloucester, and the downtown area that is adjacent to the train station, which has caused all of this discussion with the so-called state mandate for zoning around MBTA stations. So in those districts currently, forget about what the state wants us to do, currently, in order to build a multifamily unit, like a 4 or 6 unit apartment building in zone R5 or R10, you must get a special permit, and there's a whole application process. Now, the people who adjudicate that, who decide whether or not you get permission, are either the zoning board or the city councilors. And they are guided by the zoning ordinance section 1.8.3, which says when you, a city councilor, for instance, are considering either saying yes or no to a particular project, there are 7 factors, and those 7 factors are social, economic, and community needs, traffic flow and safety, which we hear a lot about, by the way, adequacy of utilities and other public services, the key one here, neighborhood character and social structure. What does that mean? We'll get back to that in a second. The other qualities of the natural environment, potential fiscal impact, and the vulnerability to flooding. So those are the 7 factors that the decision makers must use when they're evaluating a project and formulating their decision. And they are required by the state law and by the ordinance to enunciate their feelings about those factors.
So let's just emphasize this. This is the place where neighborhood character is legislated.
Correct.
It's right there.
Yes.
Yeah, really, in these special permits for multifamily housing.
Sure.
Yeah.
So let's take an easy one for what neighborhood character is. For instance, if you are in a neighborhood, a street, that has lots of single-family homes, and the proposal is to put a 4-unit apartment building along that street, there's a question of whether that apartment building, quote, fits in, whether it disrupts the view of the neighborhood, of the character of the neighborhood. Those are the kind of, and these questions can become really esoteric in a lot of ways. Sometimes it's just a feeling people have. Oh no, if that building goes up there, our neighborhood won't look the same. And it won't, it might not look the same, or it might look the same. And city councilors and members of the zoning board are required by the ordinance to go out and make a judgment about those kinds of things. So that's the easy part of neighborhood character. Just think of a street, all single-family houses. Now we're going to put a 4-unit apartment building in. Does that fit in? And that is the neighborhood character question.
Right.
The question but the question gets a lot broader, and I think that we all heard during this campaign many, many theories about what neighborhood character is, preserving Gloucester for the way it was or is, and we don't want it changing, and all that discussion that happens naturally because people have strong feelings about their neighborhood and their city. And this is where those feelings come to fruition in the legislative process.
Well, let's move on. That takes us right to the Massachusetts 3A law, which is the mandate to zone for cities with an MBTA
Right.
station to zone.
Right.
So tell us how, if it's possible to legislate for neighborhood character in relationship to that law.
Oh, sure, why not? I will say this, that again, everything that is done legislatively has a long history to it, and I don't want to get way into the weeds, but Governor Baker and governors before Governor Baker and current Governor Healy all have had as a mantra of their administrations that we have a serious housing shortage in Massachusetts. You hear it all the time, and you hear big numbers, 200,000, 300,000 units. We are way behind of the people who want to live in Massachusetts. So that is where one of the places that is inspiring this discussion. When it gets down to the local level, and I think that even the people who are against the impact of this MBTA housing are trying to say that we can't fit that many people in here, that we're already too crowded. It will change the parking and the density and the look of the neighborhood and all those kinds of things. But there is another, what the state is trying to achieve here is not only more housing, but more use of public transportation. They want to get us away from cars.
Instead of the train guy.
I'm the train guy, yes indeed, and I have no bias about that right now. I'm my zoning hat on.
Yeah.
Although that is a really good reason to do this.
Yeah.
One of the things that we are blessed with in this part of the world is an incredible transportation infrastructure beyond the road and the car. We have these rail lines and rapid transit lines and some ferries and all kinds of stuff that can help get people where they need to go without automobiles on roads. And I think it's generally agreed that we have all the roads we can handle. I mean, talk about getting too crowded. There's no more room for any roads in our part of the state. So there's that. So that is the kind of the policy impetus for doing this MBTA zoning. Why don't we, the state says to itself, encourage the cities and towns to create zoning within walking distance of transportation, and some people who are able to live in those places will be able to do so without a car. It's basically that simple. And that's where this is all coming from.
Okay, but let's get back to that neighborhood character issue, because
Yep.
this is what people are upset about, that they're afraid that I think it's 2,270 units
Right.
of multifamily units
Yes.
will be added to that community around the train station, and that will certainly impact the neighborhood character.
Sure.
Now, is it possible to regulate that in any way as the city looks at this project?
So that's a theoretical number that could be built under this zoning that is proposed. That is true. It is not a requirement that any such a thing be built. And then there are practical things that will happen within a zoning district that are going to keep us away from that kind of density. For instance, one of the things that people were saying about the proposed MBTA zoning here in Gloucester was it's going to require us to build apartment buildings on Burnham's Field. Not so. That is not the case. And Burnham's Field is forever safe, and it will be forever wild and always be a park. So things like that, when the cities and towns are supposed to look at this mandate to create a zoning district, they get to look at all of those factors. Yes, there's a certain density for the areas where you can build buildings. It does not require you to build buildings where you are now not required to build them. And there's, you can preserve your open space and your wetlands and all that kind of thing. You can do that. But what we are supposed to do is create a zoning district that has multi-family buildings by right within a half a mile of the train station.
And that by right eliminates the special permit process.
Right. Today, you can build multifamily dwellings in R5, which is the downtown district around the train station. You can build them, but you must get a special permit from the zoning board or the city council. What the state's law is requiring us to do is take that by right away, and so a developer, a builder can go and build a multi-unit dwelling in R5 without going to any board or commission to get permission. The thing that bothers, and I understand this, it bothers people the most is I would like to have a say about what happens next door to me or in my neighborhood.
Right.
And that say is theoretically taken away.
Yeah,
But
along
not-
with the special permit
But
process.
not necessarily, so we can get into that, because you were asking me how we do that. So.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we take a quick break here, and then we will continue right after this with former City Council President Paul Lundberg. You are watching 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election coverage here at 1623 Studios.
You're watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election. Today, voters across the city of Gloucester submitted ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, hosts Corey Kukuru, Heather Atwood, and the 1623 Studios team are inside Gloucester's City Hall at center stage at Kairou's Auditorium with special guest commentary from former City Council President Paul Lundberg, a breakdown of this year's election season's top stories with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman, and an exclusive interview with outgoing school committee member Samantha Virga-Watson. Then, when the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay with us for immediate results and reaction with this year's candidates. Now, for more coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections, here's tonight's anchors and co-hosts of Cape Ann Today, Corey Kukuru and Heather Atwood.
Okay, we're back here at City Hall. It is election night here in downtown Gloucester. I'm Corey Kukuru alongside Paul Lundberg and Heather Atwood. We're talking housing, folks. That's the biggest issue in this area right now, perennially, but especially right now. And helping us sort of unpack and unsort these things is Paul. So we're getting into zoning now, which we've talked about, right? Yeah, where do we go from here?
So where we go from here, we are required, City of Gloucester, as is every other city in town, in the MBTA district. So this only applies to the 177 towns that have MBTA service. And those towns are required to create a zoning district within a half a mile of the station that is multifamily. It cannot be restricted by age. It must be suitable for families with children. And it's by right, so that the city still gets to create the zoning parameters, how high, setbacks, and that sort of thing. But it has to be by right, and the city cannot add on to the requirements excessive requirements. Like you must. Right now, our city ordinance requires a parking space for every unit. If we said, oh, in this new world, you have to have 4 or 5 parking spaces for every unit, and that makes it impractical. You can't do stuff like that. But the city is required, and I think that the city has said that it will comply with the law, and the Attorney General of Massachusetts has made it quite clear that this is not a choice that cities and towns have. You must figure out how to do this. So it's the figuring out part that's really the opportunity for our city and any city. There's an old, the old adage in labor negotiations is that if the other party wants something that you have a lot of opportunity to get something that you want. The state wants this in the worst way, and the state has set up parameters to say, if you don't do it, I'm going to take this away from you, I'm going to take certain grant programs away from you. True enough. And there's that. But there's also, if the city is on the leading edge of being creative on how to make this kind of zoning work and still preserve the neighborhood character and still preserve the ability of our citizens to at least have some kind of say, I'll bet we can find a way that makes it really compatible for most of our citizens.
Well, I have 2 questions. I want to back up a little bit and ask you, because this came up in the forums. I think I see the answer here in the paperwork.
Okay.
But there was a conversation about, can some of this zoning be applied to the West Gloucester MBTA station? And it looks as if the zoning at this point does not allow for multifamily zoning there. Is that right?
Right, but again, if we wanted to create a zoning district around that train station, we could, but we would be better off on this train station here near City Hall in the downtown area. I think just in terms of geography and topography and all that kind of stuff, and city services and therefore and that kind
So
of stuff.
it makes much more sense to be in the R5. Okay. So how would the city approach this project in terms of trying to preserve neighborhood character and make it work for the best for the city?
Sure. So the city has, they have to come up with a legal structure that complies with the law. So, and we have very talented people in the community development department who are able to do that. We have a city planner, Greg Catamatori, who is one of the experts on things like that, and he can help us create the ins and outs of that kind of how that legal structure looks. But then we also have to envision for ourselves and for one another what actually it looks like when things are built, and how does it impact the territory that the new building is. How is it going to impact the the parking and the traffic? For instance, I think most of us have noticed that all the dire warnings about traffic around the new school, the East Veterans School, which a lot of people said was just going to be unlivable over there, turns out to be quite manageable and quite working quite well. And if you talk to parents and even the neighbors, not all the neighbors, and I'm sure I'll get some feedback on that, but no, but if you talk to people who are more or less objective, they'll say it worked. So we can make it work. We can make those things work. So the question is, are we in a position to want to create this additional affordable housing in our city? This is probably one of the best opportunities to do it on a large scale.
And why? Why is this the best opportunity? Because the state mandate
the state has mandated us to do that.
Right.
So that gives us a certain inspiration to want to do that. But again, I think that there is, if we redirected some of the energy that has gone into opposing this, into figuring out how to make it really work for us, I think we'd find some pretty creative answers.
Do we know of any sort of timestamp for when this mandate?
Yes. So communities that have MBTA commuter rail, which is us, have until the end of 2024 to get this done. So
zoning, obviously.
To create the zoning that complies with the law. So we have a year plus to do that. And so that's our task. That's the task of the next mayor and the task of the next city council. The mayor needs to lead us on that journey, and the city council needs to have the understanding to pass the legislation necessary, and that's how it's going to work, and we have 1 year to do it.
Does Greg Catamatori respond directly to the mayor?
Yes, he's in the community development department, which is an administrative department.
Okay. And tell us about the comprehensive planning initiative, which Mayor Verga responded with. He responded with that that was the answer to many of his questions about the TOD.
Right. So that's a whole nother in the weeds kind of thing. A comprehensive planning initiative. Gloucester did one 22 years ago when we had the so-called Plan 2000, and it is a community plan. And there's the state statute that governs community plans says how you would do it if you wanted to do it, and the kinds of things that you would be looking for, and the kinds of things that you would be studying. And it's everything. It's housing, it's economics, it's transportation, it's historical and cultural preservation. All that kind of stuff goes into a comprehensive plan. I think that the hope here is that by doing a revision of the comprehensive plan now, that will help the city understand what it wants in terms of zoning. The comprehensive planning process is not designed for that particular project. It will give citizens a chance to come and speak their minds about the way they want Gloucester to look and what are the important things to preserve and all that. But it does not create a zoning ordinance or a zoning plan.
So what will that look like? Because he did talk about wanting thousands of citizens to come forward and offer their ideas. Will there be 200 people in a room and or various ward locations just waving their
Right.
hands and saying, "This is what I want"? How does that go?
So that's the challenge of the administration and the consultant that they've hired to do this, is how do you engage a significant number of people? The first thing you have to do is get people interested in doing it. I mean, why is this an interesting exercise to go through? What's in it for me if I'm a citizen? Why should I do this? And I think that's the biggest challenge. Getting the administration and the city government has to sell the citizens on why this is a good idea. The mechanism on how to do it is you hold meetings. There's this strategy they have called meeting in a box, where you can go and you can get materials and hold a meeting in your home with 3 or 4 people, and then that kind of goes toward the towards the end result, and that's a way to engage people. So there's a number of strategies and tools to do that. But again, the key is the people have to want to do this, and they really have to be interested and think that somehow we are going to get a better city out of doing this project.
And can that happen? I mean, it has no legislative ability, right?
Right.
The plan. It's a plan.
The plan is just a plan, and it is
Yeah.
a plan of would it be nice if, and wish we were, and that kind of stuff, but there is no legislation that comes directly from this plan. For instance, the last plan we had, the year 2000, the so-called Plan 2000, we ended up with what was called the housing production planning process, which then
heard that term.
created, yes, yes, you have, which then created some zoning proposals, but it came from several steps beyond the plan itself.
So you can see how folks can get lost so easily
Very easily.
in these
yeah.
topics. And plus, exacerbated by the fact that of the current housing market here in Gloucester and in Cape Ann, where the median prices are soaring for housing, rents are soaring, there's no inventory.
Right.
It seems like it's almost too much for people to bear and try to understand and to even think to try to find any workable solutions here.
It's very difficult. The market, first of all, the real estate marketplace does not like this idea. The real estate marketplace does not want affordable housing. It wants housing that's as expensive as possible. And people who own homes, they would like their home to be as valuable as possible. There's no question about it. That's why this is so difficult. The balance between that and what you want your city and town to look like sometimes are incompatible, or they're at, or there's a friction there. And there's definitely a friction here. One of the statistics that I looked at, which is really quite amazing, is that we have 30,000 people in Gloucester in the year 2000, and we had 4,000 students in the Gloucester Public Schools. Today, we have 30,000 people in Gloucester. We have 2,700 students in the Gloucester Public Schools. Now, there may be all kinds of reasons for that, but one of the reasons is that families with children of school age cannot afford to live in Gloucester. What do you do about that?
Right.
You know, if they're lucky, their parents can give them a house or help them with their payments and so forth. But that's really the challenge, and how do we do that? And there are tools in the affordable housing, you know, toolkit that you know, zoning changes and this thing about multifamily or converting your single-family home to a two-family home by right, which got turned down during this last round of zoning proposals. Things like that can help. It's all incremental, but you add up enough of those and you get something that works. So,
Right.
so yes, Heather and Corey, it's really, really tough, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, yeah. And it's going to be tough for any city or town to regulate what happens.
Absolutely.
Because of this law.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why I say to, you know, ourselves is let's figure out how to be creative as possible to make it work. Saying no is one way to react. That's true. But saying no we've already lost that, because the Attorney General has said you guys lose that argument.
Right.
So let's see if we can find a really creative way to do it.
And because if we don't, I think Gloucester's demographics are going to change
They are.
Sooner than later.
And,
right?
and those multifamily
Massachusetts.
constructions that will go on around the train station maybe won't look like we would like them to do. So let's figure out how we want them to look.
Yeah, it is strange times, because I believe Massachusetts is one of the few states whose population is actually on the wane. And we've also heard this from like the Manchester Essex School District. They've lost lots of students as well, and they're trying to figure that out. There's actually talk that there may be a super meeting between Manchester and Essex next summer to combat, to try to make, because of school budgetary concerns.
Yes.
So it's amazing how far-reaching this is,
Yeah.
this issue.
We're lucky to have the candidates that we have in this election that are all very astute and very dedicated to our town and to the quality of life here.
Yeah, and they all just went through the last zoning issues,
Right.
trying to make it through those zoning amendments.
Right.
So they're pretty well schooled at this point, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing we haven't talked about is the Affordable Housing Trust. That
Sure.
came up in the forums.
It did. So Gloucester has an affordable housing trust. Again, sorry to get a little bit in the weeds, but like everything else that has a legislative nature, it's in the weeds. The state law allows cities and towns to create an affordable housing trust fund. That fund can get monies from a variety of sources. For instance, Mayor Verga put some money into that trust fund this year from the ARPA funding. A lot of the funding oftentimes comes from the community preservation fund, that the community preservation ordinance that we have and towns have, comes from a variety of places. So the trust is a place that can receive funds and then can expend them to advocate for affordable housing. In some cases, develop affordable housing or help developers develop affordable housing. The city is not in the business of creating housing or managing housing, building housing. That's just not something cities and towns do. There are organizations that do that. Some of the organizations, like the ones that are building the housing at the site of the former YMCA, or the one that built the housing that's in the site of the former Cameron's Restaurant, those organizations are set up, they're nonprofits specifically for building affordable housing in cities and towns in Massachusetts. They get a lot of funding from the state to actually do the construction. The Affordable Housing Trust of a city and town can help with that, but it can't do it of itself. So the other thing that the Affordable Housing Trust, the trustees of that trust are appointed by the mayor, and according to the ordinance, they should be familiar with those issues, and and their expertise can come together and help guide the administration on how to do this. And again, the Affordable Housing Trust has just recently gone through their own process of getting a strategic plan, and they've got a brand new strategic plan. Now it's time to use that plan, and for them to get, and they probably can get energized and really help some of the creative process that I spoke of earlier. How do we comply with this MBTA zoning in a way that's really, really great?
But there's no mandate for affordable housing.
mandate, no.
Yeah, right.
Great points. All right, let's take a quick break once again. I'm with Paul Lundberg and Heather Atwood. You're watching a special edition of K-PAN Today. It is election night in Gloucester. We're coming to you live from City Hall with results at 8 p.m. We'll be back right after this with outgoing school committee member Samantha Verga Watson.
You're watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across the city of Gloucester submitted ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, hosts Corey Kukuru, Heather Atwood, and the 1623 Studios team are inside Gloucester's City Hall at Center Stage at Kairou's Auditorium with special guest commentary from former City Council President Paul Lundberg. A breakdown of this year's election season's top stories with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman. And an exclusive interview with outgoing school committee member Samantha Verga Watson. Then, when the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay with us for immediate results and reaction with this year's candidates. Now, for more coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections, here's tonight's anchors and co-hosts of K-PAN Today, Corey Kukuru and Heather Atwood.
All right, we have lots of amazing races happening right now locally. One person who doesn't have to worry about that, though, is Samantha Virgo Watson. She is a part of the current school committee for the city of Gloucester, and she's joining us now because we have questions for you, Sam. How are you? Thanks for being with us.
Well, thanks.
So I guess right off the bat, Samantha, your decision to not run this election season.
It was a tough one. As you know, I'm a parent in the schools, and I care very deeply about public education. I care very deeply about this city and the future of our public school system here. I do have an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I have a private practice that I own myself. And it was time to sort of focus on some other things. It's bittersweet, for sure.
Yeah, because honestly, Samantha, we've been researching for tonight for quite some time, and we look back at the numbers from 2021, and you were the top vote getter for school committee. You really almost had the most votes of anyone who ran for public office that year. So to know you have that sort of support behind you now, and to take a step back, so what's that like?
It's tough. It's hard to hear some people's disappointment, but also people understand. It's a really big commitment. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of
to
work,
be a public official. I don't think people quite understand the time commitment that goes into getting to meetings and then everything that comes in between that. You know, that's just a small fraction of it. It's even more so now with the age of social media, right?
Right.
It's
like,
nonstop.
It's nonstop. It's never ending.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to just being a parent in the schools, for sure.
Well, and even that term we're going from COVID and educating through COVID to the consolidation of the elementary schools, which was a huge story there too. So would you like to touch upon some of the accomplishments you're most proud of
Sure.
during your 2 years?
I mean, as you know, I got sworn in January of 2020, and then COVID happened in March 2020. So that was really trial by fire, for sure. In the same time, we were hiring a superintendent and trying to get a new school built. So in a very short amount of time, we accomplished a lot, including opening schools when most districts didn't. And there was nothing easy about that. Our educators really deserve much of the credit for making that happen, and our parents for getting through sort of the challenges of dealing with both virtual and in-person schooling. But we did a really good job as a committee and as a district as a whole of really attendance and absenteeism policies to make them a little bit more or less punitive and more about building relationships with families. So when kids are absent frequent, we're really trying to reach across the table with parents, bring them in and ask more questions and be more curious versus coming down with a punitive consequence, right? We need to just focus on building relationships with families and kids so that they know that they are that we want them in our buildings.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Sam, I voted earlier today at the new East Veterans School, and it's gorgeous inside. I just want your thoughts on how it finally played out now that the doors are open and kids are actually in there going to class.
Yeah, the doors are finally open. It's amazing. I'm extremely proud of that building and the group effort that it took to sort of get to the finish line. It takes a very long time to build a new school. And I was only there for the end of it.
Yeah,
you know, the
right,
rest
exactly.
of many people on the committee were there for a lot of the planning stages that go in beforehand. I mean, you walk through that building and it's clear that Gloucester's priority is making sure that our kids and our teachers, mostly our teachers, right, because they're the ones who sometimes are in there for 25, 30 years, have a place to call home that's clean and safe, with plenty of parking and plenty of bathrooms. Right? Those are just the basics.
Yeah.
The picture I remember really well when we talked to Ben Lummis at one point, the school had not been built yet, and he was emphasizing the fact that there will no longer be those little conferences in the hallways. You know, there's a special ed kid who is sitting in the hallway. And so do you want to talk about that and how it's changed things?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk about that just even from a mental health provider's perspective, right? Because a lot of providers will come into schools and do individual therapy, or they'll have pull-out groups for specialized learning, right? And those were all happening in the hall. And that's a problem for lots of reasons, mostly privacy, but because you can't really get a lot done when you're distracted, right? And now we have plenty of space for kids to learn not just in their classroom, but outside of their classroom, but still be connected. Like if you walk into those classrooms, there's little rooms that kids get to go learn in, but still be a part of the classroom community and not feel like they're being pulled out all the time.
That's so important.
It's very, very important.
Yeah.
It's just very well designed.
So now, Sam, obviously the big issue going on now, at least publicly, is the contract situation with paraprofessionals. Can you talk about that at all? I mean, I know there's 2 months, you have 2 months left to serve. Is there a resolution in sight? Do you foresee?
I can't talk a lot about it. We're still waiting for mediation to start. You know, what I can say is that, you know, we care deeply about our employees, right? And we care deeply about our staff and making sure that morale is good. At the end of the day, we also have to care about a budget that's sustainable and responsible. And it's a hard place to be. You know, negotiations are some of the hardest conversations I've ever had, and I'm a therapist, right? Right? Like they're really hard conversations that really challenge sort of values with reality. And that's a hard part about being in public service, is having to look at sort of the bottom line and then having to have those hard conversations.
Paul, do you know anything about that?
I do. One of the things that, I'll ask you, if I may, that we learned during the process of getting the East Veterans School up through the whole planning process and through the building process and the financing process is that the school is not just a building for students, it is a building for the people who work there, which is very important, the families of the students, because it's more, as you have described, it's more than just a place for classrooms. And so are you seeing that play out? It's only been a couple of weeks that the school has been open, but are we seeing the results of that from the parents and the teachers and as well as the kids?
I hope so. You know, there's already been a lot of questions about when people can rent the space for the basketball court, and I think we're going to wait to make sure everything's in working order before that happens. So I think there's a lot of interest from the community to be able to use the building, which schools should be, right? They're community assets, and they should be treated as such. Not heard one complaint from staff. You know, I think. As we know, the East Gloucester staff was unanimously for getting a new building, right? They were a big part of helping, making sure that people were able to vote yes in that process because the teachers saw the need. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely been a welcome addition to our district.
Sam, what issues do you see that the school committee in 2024 and beyond are going to have to deal with? What's at the top of that priority list, do you
Yeah, sure. You know, I mean, I was talking to Laura as we were walking over here.
This is Laura Wiesen.
Yeah, Laura Wiesen. She's the chair of the program subcommittee, and they're going to be taking on our electronic device policy. So as you know, a big part of the school committee's role is to look at our policies in the schools. An electronic device policy is something that we really need to take a hard look at. As we know, right, we're all very connected.
We had to take Heather's phone away before we started tonight.
Yeah, so like adults have a hard time separating ourselves from our devices. And so staff are really challenged by making sure kids are engaged and not distracted. And, you know, as the adults in the room, as the committee, it's our responsibility to make sure that we're setting an example and an expectation that kids are there to learn and not be distracted by their watch or their cell phone or whatever else they have access to. And so I know the committee will take that really seriously. And it's going to be a hard conversation. But so that's sort of something that's coming sort of quickly down the pike, is to really look at that. You know, we have increasing special education costs that really are a challenge. And the BNF committee is really doing their due diligence to take a very careful look at that and make sure that we are staying very fiscally prudent in all the decisions that we make. And that's, again, one of our biggest priorities as a committee, is making sure that our budget continues to be sustainable. And then there's, attendance and achievement, right? That's sort of, that's the piece of the puzzle that we always have to sort of keep first and foremost, is making sure that kids are engaged, they're learning, but getting them in the building and making sure families feel like they're a part of that process and listened to is going to continue to be sort of first and foremost.
Sam, to sort of the budget point, whatever happened to the case study when it was pre-COVID, there was a study that was done that was looking at the connection between Rockport and Gloucester's and if it was possible to share services.
Sure. That never resurfaced since I've been on the committee. I think COVID
just eliminated that one. Yeah, right.
really kind of took that one off the table for a while.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. I think, Rockport is equally challenged by budget
Right.
stressors. So I think TBD on that one.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Sam, I have a question for
Sure.
you. What do you want folks out there to know who don't know about the day-to-day tasks or the minutiae of what someone on the school committee is dealing with, what their tasks like? What do you want those folks to actually know what's going on?
I mean, I think for municipal elections, right, we're all community. We're not like seasoned politicians, right? We're community members, really trying to do our best. And I think that gets lost in some of the drama that is local politics and when there's disagreements. We're all just sort of there, human beings trying to do our best with the very little knowledge that we have coming into it, right? I'm a social worker. I'm not a teacher, but I came in and I learned. And I think we all really need to give each other a little bit more grace. It's become a bit of a spectacle.
The whole campaign season.
Everything,
Yeah,
and
right.
it's ugly, and I think people feel it, and and it's disappointing because I think Gloucester is better than that. I think we are a strong community that really should sort of rise above some of the drama that is politics, right?
And when you think of it too, right, there are 23,000 plus registered voters in the city of Gloucester, 25 running for public office this year. That's 1/10%. And it's awful and thankless work. And now we're dealing in the age of social media where any keyboard warrior can say what she or he wants.
Absolutely.
And it's not easy. And it's, hats off to everybody who's running this election season, any election season.
Yeah.
So we know that there will be one, potentially two new school board members after tonight. What advice would you give to that person coming into that position?
I mean, to stay curious and to ask a lot of questions. You don't really know anything until you're in there, right? And I mean, Laura and I learned that the hard way, right? School shut down.
Right. You both started that year, right?
Yeah. We were like, oh, okay, this is different. None of us have done this before, right? I mean, there's no ego. There can't be. You have to really go in and be willing to learn and be curious and to ask some of the hard questions, but to be a team player, right? You're not there to agree on everything. That's the point of having 7 people on a committee, is to have sort of well-natured debate, but you really do need to work as a team. And if you're not there or willing to do that, it makes it really hard to get any work done.
Yeah, you get a much better product with a little grace thrown into the mix. And, it's proven time and time again. One thing that many decades ago when I was a Gloucester High School student, we had the vocational school. And the vocational school was very important because not a lot of us went on to higher education. And the vocational schools taught some really important skills to people who wanted to go to automotive or to carpentry or to plumbing, and we even had a fisheries unit back then. The vocational school still exists, and how important is that for today's world?
Extremely important. It's a huge priority of both the current sitting committee members and the superintendent. The superintendent has really come in and focused very deeply on making sure that our vocational program, our existing programs are strong, but is also sort of entertaining, adding an additional program focused on health. And so it's an extremely important program for our kids. And I mean, as we know, right, trades are underemployed and they're well-paying jobs, right? And it's important for kids to understand the breadth of options that they have before them, and what better place to learn that than the building that you're learning in.
Right.
It's such an incredible opportunity to be able to explore some of those options right in this building. That's local for you. If anybody has the chance to go and sort of tour some of these programs, I would highly recommend it. They're doing incredible work.
So the kids are responding? Those programs are filling up?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's great. There was a fisheries program again for a short time, right? Is that still there? Weren't they?
O'Malley has an aquaponics program.
Okay, all right.
I think that's a GEF funding
I thought there was an initiative to get kids interested in fishing again, but maybe that was...
Not since I've been there.
Okay.
Sam, so another question that's popped up a few times through this election season, especially in the Ward 4 race, is a potential consolidation of Plum Cove and Beaman. Is that in the long view, or is that an immediate concern at all? Or has anyone on the committee now started to look at that?
It's certainly on everyone's radar. It has been since even before I was on the committee. That's sort of the long-term plan, because neither of those schools really can last probably much more than 10 or so years. I mean, I'm not an expert in that, but you know, they're just as old as some of the other buildings that we've already replaced. So they are certainly in need, for sure.
Before we leave, Sam, do you have a message for your supporters out there? And then, are you thinking about maybe a return to public office sometime in the future? Or would you consider that?
Maybe after the little one goes to college?
Right. Yep. Yeah, my kids are very concerned, or my oldest is very concerned that I'm not going to be important anymore, which is hilarious. That even an 8-year-old,
She senses that. She totally gets it.
I'm not really sure how, but she's figured it out.
You're going to be exiled to anonymity.
Yeah, she says nobody's going to remember you, and nobody's going to. I'm like,
Take that phone away.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
you don't need to worry about that.
Right. Once you're on TikTok, she'll be fine with you.
Yeah. So, my kids are going to keep me busy. My business will keep me busy. The work that I do is really important, and I care very deeply about making sure that I can focus on that work for a while. So I'm not a fortune teller. We'll see. Public service is in my blood. I love doing this work. I care very deeply about this city. I can't say that. I think I'll probably even be more involved now, as somebody who's...
As Paul is.
Yeah,
You will be.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different to be restrained by public office, right? I'm very passionate about a lot of things, but when you're sitting on a committee, you have to be careful about how you approach some of those things, right? And so I'm certainly not going anywhere. I will definitely be just as involved, just in a different context.
Yeah, well said. Well, Sam, we appreciate your time with us tonight, and we appreciate your service to the community, and good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
And we will hopefully talk to you sooner than later.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
good
much.
luck.
Samantha Virgo-Watson, an outgoing member of the Gloucester School Committee. You're watching live election coverage of the 2023 Gloucester municipal elections. We'll be right back after this break as we count down the minutes to the polls closing at 8 p.m.
Watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across the city of Gloucester submitted ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, hosts Corey Kukuru, Heather Atwood, and the 1623 Studios team are inside Gloucester's City Hall at Center Stage at Kairou's Auditorium with special guest commentary from former City Council President Paul Lundberg. A breakdown of this year's election season's top stories with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman. And an exclusive interview with outgoing school committee member Samantha Virgo-Watson. Then, when the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay with us for immediate results and reaction with this year's candidates. Now, for more coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections, here's tonight's anchors and co-hosts of Cape Ann Today, Corey Kookaroo and Heather Atwood.
And 1623 Studios election coverage continues live from Kairos Auditorium at City Hall. The polls close in just a few minutes. We'll have those results and reactions for you live in real time, folks. But in the meantime, I'm joined by Paul Lundberg and Heather Atwood and Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times. How are you doing, Ethan?
Frazzled.
Yeah. Yeah. So
You're
question
late.
number one, right? Is your head screwed on straight? Is this your first time covering a Gloucester election season?
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes. And yes. Yes. It's like Fiesta, only with politics, right? You know?
Yeah. So what's been unique about your experience so far?
I think what's been unique is about how intense it is. It's a very intense process. People are very engaged. I try not to pay attention to a lot of the social media, but people pick up on a lot of things. I think it's been a very close race. I think housing has been a very key issue in the race. How the mayoral candidates kind of stood on the MBTA zoning issue.
Third rail.
I don't know third rail, but it's a very nuanced position that the mayor has. He doesn't like the law. He doesn't like the cookie cutter, one size fits all. But he's saying we got to comply with it. Whereas, Mary Ellen has been kind of like, maybe we could do some belt tightening. We don't need those state grants that could disappear. So we'll see. I have a lot of, so it's been it's been good, very lively. I covered the city of Peabody for the Salem News. So that was a pretty lively.
Yeah. So how about the councilor at large race? What do you want to say about that?
Do I want to say anything? I don't know. Like if
An arrow slits up in these.
it's like musical chairs. Okay, it's musical chairs.
Yeah.
I could not tell you. Every single councilor has a constituency. Jamie O'Hara is a strong constituent. He feels like he's very strong councilor, but he's had this issue where he's kind of been living and doing his work, elsewhere. So. Hats off to him making. Yeah.
Who are his constituency?
He's a very core constituency. From Magnolia. A lot of people like him. So Jeff Worthley too is a very big core constituency. What is it? Former city Gloucester High council president, right? Long roots in the city, as so he's very well known.
He went to school with Corey, right?
Did you go to?
He's a little younger than me.
Yeah. So, in other words, the people who are running have these core constituency. Val Gilman, 8 years on the council as a ward councilor, taking that leap, from a kind of safe seat, So, I couldn't tell you where else. Who else? Tony Gross. School committee member, longtime school committee member, Waterways Board. I think he's got a big constituency as well. I think he's the only commercial fisherman on the city council. So he brings that powerful voice. And who am I forgetting? Chris Sicaranza was in the mayor's office. Worked with Safathia. So I couldn't tell you. And then
Jason Groh.
Jason Groh is very. I think he's got his constituency. Environmental activist, photographer, surfer, beekeeper. He always gets knocked for coming from San Francisco. But hey, look, I live in Swampscott. I'm the ultimate sort of like outsider.
But then Ethan, there's also Tracy O'Neill.
I was going to say Tracy O'Neill. She's got her constituency. She's very, very popular. Ward 2 councilor, first term. She gets this constituency in the city. Didn't make it through to mayor, and then like a week and a half before the election, announced a sticker campaign. And when I was down at the high school, somebody was driving in and saying, "I want a Tracy sticker." So I'm like, that's going to throw this race into somewhat of a late night.
I couldn't even describe this race. I tried to at the very beginning of the show, and my words just stumbled.
But if you like Gloucester politics, this is really where it's at.
So I want to talk about Tracy O'Neill and Mary Ellen Rose, because they sort of made friends in the preliminaries, right? It seems like they got to be, they were very friendly when I saw them in some of the forums.
Well, they were very friendly, but you have to remember that Tracy, in some ways, came out and ran against Mary Ellen for that sort of vote. There's a kind of a sentiment. I got to be careful. I want to tread lightly, but there's a sentiment of don't Boston my Cape Ann, don't build downtown these big high-rise boxes like we see in Beverly. And that's a very powerful constituency in Gloucester. And I feel like they, in some ways, kind of represent it's two sides of that coin. So Tracy did, but I guess they did come together. I don't know, but that is my feeling. That is my sentiment. And so we'll see. Maybe Tracy should have run at large when she was redistricted out. She couldn't run again. So maybe that was something that she needed to do.
Yeah. No, it's interesting that she went right for mayor. That was her
She went
first
right
choice.
for mayor.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it is pretty fascinating. And then we look at the ward races, which for the most part have been very amicable, almost to the point of friendliness between the candidates. I'm thinking of Benson and Epstein running, and also Boucher and Memhard running as well, where they've said, look, everything's sort of cool between us, cool in a good way.
Yeah, Epstein was like, oh, if Dylan wins, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think they represent a kind of generational shift, and they're both very knowledgeable. Dylan is, lifelong resident of the ward. His father's a shell fisherman, and Dan Epstein is, a Harvard PhD. So I think the voters, whoever is picked, are going to be well served. And I guess, that is to say is, I think O'Neill probably would have won again as an incumbent.
Oh, for sure, I think.
So I think the ward was very well served, by her, and I think will be well served by whoever wins in Ward 2.
And what do you think about the Ward 1 race and the Ward 3 race? Let's start with 1.
Ward 1, you have an incumbent who's been on the council for 8 years, and he's running a very popular business. I don't know what the sentiment is as to whether they feel like they wouldn't give him another term. I haven't seen anything that he's done that's not. I haven't seen anything that he's done that's not worthy of maybe overturning him. But Mary Ann is very passionate about the parks.
Right.
And that East Gloucester school, the redevelopment of that East Gloucester school is going to be, a key issue in that ward. So she's a very strong advocate for that school. She grew up next door to it.
Right.
So we'll see, and again, I cannot handicap any of these races, to the best person wins. Ward 4, you want to talk about Ward 4?
Ward 3. Let's talk about 3. Marjorie Grace.
And Joe Orlando.
Yeah, and I can't tell you, Marjorie Grace, I guess both of them kind of ran a kind of quiet campaign. And I think
Again, a kind one. Marjorie Grace was very
They were both
polite.
at the polls today. They had a parking issue at the high school because it was an in-service day for the entire district. And people were writing us letters saying, I can't vote, I can't find a place to park. So I went down there. They were standing together. It's great, so I think
Marjorie Grace and Joe Orlando.
Yeah, and I think Joe Orlando's saying he's going to be focused on constituent issues, and I think Marjorie brings a whole different skill set and perspective. So I think Ward 3 will be well served by whoever gets in.
But it will be an important one because it's in the transit. I always want to say overlay district. But
It might be an overlay district.
Yeah, right.
It might not be. That's TBD. Yeah. One of the things that struck me about the candidates for city council this time, and having been on the city council, I'm pretty familiar with what it takes to do that job, is I'm really impressed with with all of them, with their astuteness as to the city issues and how the place works and what role they could play as a member of a group, not as an individual, but as a member of a group. And that's really going to be important going forward, because as we've seen, when people don't feel that way and don't feel like they have the group's well-being at heart, things can go wrong pretty fast. But most of these candidates really have that. They're already tuned into that, I think. Did you find that to be the case when you were following them?
I guess one of the issues is congeniality on the council. I think that's something that's come up. The code of conduct has come up, whether it's too restrictive as to whether councilors can reach out or not. Maybe, do you think voters are looking for a new way of being on the council? And I'm not sure. It's not something I really. That seems to be in the debates.
Sure. I think, well, what I was really referring to is their ability to understand issues, and that it takes a lot of homework to understand the issues. I think they all kind of get that. That's very important. The second part of that is the respect part. It doesn't work very well if we don't have that respect, and I think that's something that we've seen a lot of during this campaign.
Yeah. And another thing to that point, Ethan, is to Paul's point, we've heard candidates multiple times throughout the forums and debates answer, "I don't know," to certain questions. And is that a refreshing turn or a troubling turn?
Well, when it comes to I don't want to single anybody out, but when it comes to that zoning law, you should have some sense of where that is. I mean, by now,
absolutely.
It's been written about. It's been in the press. The Globe's written about it, and the mayor has a very good handle on it. I know the Mayor Verga's actually talked about pressing Governor Healy about 3A and what they can do. So. But of course he has a 2-year head start on this issue, and Mary Ellen's kind of coming in a little bit colder, as far as that goes. But in some ways, maybe she has a fresh perspective on it as well, and she's got maybe has a perspective of people in the neighborhoods who don't want dense development downtown. So.
There, on some of the Councilor at Large forums, there were definitely references to respect for process. Do you want to talk about that? Sounds like
I think that's been one of the key issues that I know that Councilor Gilman has been pushing, especially with the code of conduct, civility. There was actually a change. Well, there was a court case about civility. You can't really tell people to be civil now. On the SJC came down with a ruling. Some cities and towns, including Gloucester, had put in, we have to be respectful. Not respectful. You can't denigrate somebody. So they said, we have to change that. That's been a big thing for, but
the process is different than civility.
Yeah, but I think one of the things is we have to remember we're coming out of COVID, right? Everything was on Zoom for over 2 years. I hadn't met many of the players in this city for almost a year and a half. So when they got back together, it was kind of like an explosion.
It's true.
You had two counselors getting up at the podium and stating their case for something that they wanted to talk about, instead of sort of going through the regular rule of order. And we've had the paraprofessionals are also kind of showing up because they're looking for a living wage. So it was a lot more like being on a rolling ship than I thought it was going to be in the last. So I think that's somewhat an effect of being back in person.
Yeah.
And not having that face-to-face. People have to kind of come to that reality that they're in the room together.
Yeah. So Ethan, we know you have to take off soon to work on tonight's story. Just tell us through, what's the rest of your night like now as we wait for the results?
It's like your mouth gets really dry and you panic because we have an 8:30 deadline. It's, I don't know what I need to get something in. I've already got a story in, and I don't want to give readers no results. I think the inner wards are going to come in first, and then it's going to be maybe the mayor, hopefully at 8:25, so I can get that result in. And then I'll stay late. I'll do something we'll update on the web. We're going to get everything. We try to get everything in. Stay really late, but that's the problem. We have just a very early deadline, and I apologize to my subscribers who get only the paper. Go online. The city's gonna announce it on Facebook. 1623 Studios has done a great job of putting these out.
Yeah, we've actually synced up so the results, as soon as the city releases the results, we have them right here live.
Yeah.
So you should just stay here. I'm just going to stay
writing.
Here.
Yeah, exactly. Watch that board,
Yeah, no, they're right here. You're going to see it right there.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So Ethan, thank you for your time. Ethan is always with Heather, usually Thursdays, right?
Thursdays, yeah.
But we see it on Fridays.
Today. And
we see it on Fridays.
Yeah, you always see that as well. But anyway, all right, Ethan, good luck tonight.
Yeah.
And you too.
Thanks for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll catch up.
You can ask us any questions if you missed anything.
All right, thank you guys.
All
right, so folks, we're going to take a very quick break once again. When we come back, the 8 o'clock, the witching hour, is upon us. So join us here for live results and reaction of the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election live from City Hall.
Watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election. Today, voters across the city of Gloucester submitted ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, hosts Corey Kukuru, Heather Atwood, and the 1623 Studios team are inside Gloucester's City Hall at center stage at Kairou's Auditorium with special guest commentary from former City Council President Paul Lundberg. A breakdown of this year's election season's top stories with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman. and an exclusive interview with outgoing school committee member Samantha Virga-Watson. Then, when the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay with us for immediate results and reaction with this year's candidates. Now, for more coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections, here's tonight's anchors and co-hosts of Cape Ann Today, Corey Kukuru and Heather Atwood.
And welcome back to City Hall for live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester Municipal Election. I am Corey Kukuru alongside Heather Atwood and joined by special guest Paul Lundberg, a former City Council president who's been lending us his expertise all night too. We're just a few minutes away from the polls closing. Exciting times here. You see the ticker there, less than 5 minutes now. I want to go back to one point that Sam Virga-Watson just made, where in talking about what folks may not know about public officials and those running, is you don't really know what's at stake or what you're in for until you're actually in that office. So it's not like most of these candidates running don't run with a platform,
Right. Nope.
right? They just they're running because they want to help and serve their communities. So I just thought that resonated with me when you said that.
Yeah, and it is exactly right. And it's all on the job training. You can watch on 1623 city council meetings and school committee meetings if you're interested in becoming a candidate and learn some things, but you have no idea how it is to do the work until you actually have to do it. And that's the experience. You're right. And Sam was very articulate on that. And the people who really do a good job and are successful and very helpful to the city are the ones who say, I like this, I like doing the homework, I like understanding, going to events, being part of committees and all that kind of stuff.
So I have a question, Paul. Across this season, we've been watching the councilor at large forums and the ward forums and the mayor forums. So the city council, it looks as if everyone running for the councilor at large position everyone except Chris Sicaranza has been on the city council, and there's been angst there. There's some tension, and it's come up in the forums. And yet we have these ward councilors running, and we could have 4 brand new ward councilors there. And they've all seemed to have been, as I keep repeating, it's almost like Disneyland. They're being so kind to each other and very intentionally polite.
Right.
What happens when those 9 on that council?
Well, first, with the ward councilors, there is a different connection that you have with your constituents, because you're responsible for a specific section of the city to get the people's business done. Fix the potholes, interface with the administration to do things that aren't that can be helpful to people's general quality of life. One of the just to give you an example, in Ward 4, one of the things that Councilor Gilman did back in the day when she was, a couple of terms ago, was there was a tremendous problem in the ward with people in the summertime coming to Lanesville and parking their cars, people from out of town, and going swimming in the quarries. They were free, the beaches are not free, so it was a huge problem, and a real quality of life impact on the people who lived there. That's the kind of thing that a ward councilor is responsible for doing. She had to get in there with it, roll up her sleeves, and try and figure out what's the solution here. And every ward councilor has a story like that, and they do a great job. But they are joined at the hip with their constituents in a real way. Councilors at large, not so much. When I was a councilor at large, the 3 terms, I got some people calling me for stuff because they knew I was on the city council, but not a lot. And that just wasn't part of what my responsibilities were. My responsibilities were more getting really tuned into the issues and being prepared for city council meeting and being able to speak to the issues of the day. So there is a difference, and I think that perhaps the candidates are feeding off of that as they are running. Because when they're out knocking on doors, that's what they're getting. They're getting a different reaction from the people.
Right.
Well, the buildings start to fill up now, folks. We're under a minute from the polls closing.
Can I give you 1 minute of what it's like on election day for a candidate?
That was my next question. Because you've been in this position before. Now what do you feel?
I was thinking about that when I voted at Plum Cove School, and Frank Margiata and Jason Groh were out there with their signs, and I was remembering when I was doing that. And my routine was I would want to go to each polling place for an hour, and there are 8 polling places, so that's 8 hours. That's pretty much the day. For an hour, and stand there with my sign, and you can only stand in a certain place. There's the constable for the poll workers has marked out on the sidewalk where you cannot cross beyond. So you got to stay over here, and then you've got your sign, and then people beep and honk and yell and stuff like that, and maybe you're lucky enough to have a couple of people come with you and hold your sign. Then you go on to the next place, and you really get a good sense of the flow of the day. And then when that's all over, now I think we're getting more technologically advanced, but the only place to find out what was going on was here. So then after the polls closed at 8, everybody came here and we're waiting for, and here they are.
Yeah, they're starting to fill up
here.
now. And obviously there are some candidates who have viewing parties.
Right, but the campaign was basically over on election day, but you were still having a presence. And all the candidates that I saw today, they wanted to have a presence. People driving in, seeing them there, just one more boost, one more thing to remind that person when they went into the polling place, oh, so-and-so standing out there. And those votes make a difference.
Yeah.
So what do you think about lawn signs?
Lawn signs are critical in Gloucester. They absolutely are. And I know that social media has its own impact, but lawn signs are a really good way of getting your name in front of people. And you know, we do a lot of thinking about when do voters make their mind and how do they make their minds up. But knowing the name is 50% of the battle.
Right. Yeah, good point there. All right, folks, we are just after 8 p.m. here. The polls have closed, and now we wait. So how this works, to the best of my knowledge, after several conversations with Joanne Sinos, is the polls have now closed. Those ballot machines are locked up. They produce a printout of the results for that particular precinct that is posted there at the polling venue. In the meantime, there are officials from City Hall or volunteers from here going out to each of those polling places to collect the memory sticks from those ballot machines. They return them here to Joanne Sinos, who will be right on the floor in front of us here at Kairou's Auditorium. And then once those numbers are tabulated and calculated, we believe we will have those in concert with City Hall and share those results with you for all the races this evening. So. It's pretty heady stuff, actually. Now, we do want to make a couple quick points here, minor points. Tonight's results are actually unofficial. There are still folks who cast very last-minute ballots, or might have been here at City Hall, and those votes obviously will not be tabulated yet. There's also sometime after Election Day where mail-in ballots from overseas are yet to come in as well. So if we remember 2 years ago in Ward 2, Tracy O'Neill won by 1 vote on election night, and then Heather and I, we talked to her. She was as surprised as the rest of us that evening on what was going on. There was a recount, and when the official tally came about a month or so later, when all the results are final, she'd actually won by 2 votes. So it just goes to show you how close these races can be, and with all the names in these races happening tonight, I would expect that we're going to be looking at some close calls here.
We are.
Right,
We are,
yeah.
definitely, yes.
And do you anticipate a recount, Paul? What do you think? You think it's going to be that close?
It could be. There could be some very close races, yeah. Again, because of the quality of the candidates. I do also, since I'm sitting here and I've got a mic, I'd give a shout out to Joanne Sinos, the city clerk, and her colleagues who always do a tremendous job on running these elections. They do a great job. And you know, it was interesting a couple of years ago when there was in the nation this disparagement of election poll workers and were they doing the right thing, and you know, all that partisan stuff, which does not happen here. And here we have a very high quality of person who volunteer. They don't volunteer, but they do volunteer to work at the polls, and that's a long day, and do a remarkable job. So thank you, Joanne, and thank you everyone who was at the polls today.
Yeah, cheers to them, especially and Ryan Knowles of the IT
he's
director
great.
here
Another
too.
one,
He's been huge for us tonight.
Yeah. So, Paul, let's ask you this question because it comes up every election season.
Okay.
Why is there no party affiliation for local elections?
Why is there no? Well, it's in the city charter.
Oh, okay.
That there can be no party affiliation.
Yeah.
But is there a better idea in this world than no party affiliation? I can't think of one.
Right, exactly.
And it just goes. The result is amazing when you see what happens in a municipal election, and it's true in every town and every city in Massachusetts and everywhere that has nonpartisan elections. It's just better.
Yeah.
It just the noise of that, trying to label someone in a very shallow way is gone.
Right.
And people talk about the issues, and so thank goodness the charter says what it says about that.
Right.
Cheers, cheers.
Yeah, it becomes purely about the candidates. It's really interesting.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
right.
it's just the quality of the candidate.
And
Yeah.
the bottom line is, this is all about the voter and whether the voter understands what their choice is all about. And we all owe it to those voters to make it as clear as possible what this is all about and who these people are.
So, folks, if you're just tuning in, we are waiting for the election results to come into us. The polls just closed. The memory sticks from the ballot boxes, all the polling precincts will be returned here to City Hall. So, obviously, we expect to get Ward 3's memory sticks sooner than later. We'll have to wait a little bit for Wards 5 and 4. So we would expect to have results, I would say 8:25-ish or so, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
That's what we're expecting. I hope we can make Ethan Foreman's deadline in time. And then we hope to speak with as many candidates as possible who would like to come up and talk for a bit too. So we're sort of winging it at this point and waiting with bated breath, but it's an exciting part of the election season that it's finally coming to a close. Paul, when you think about these, you were talking about how you knew on election day you would spend your 8 hours at sort of each polling place, right? And now you have this 20 to 25 minutes to kind of wait and see. What's that like?
Well, you came to Kairou's, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. So you're hobnobbing with your colleagues and trying to just get a sense of what happened during the day, and but it's the numbers that matter now, and that's what we're all waiting for, and how it turns out, and you just kind of it's a friendly crowd. Everybody's in the same boat at this point. Everybody, the campaigning is over, the election's over. There's nothing to do except try and share experiences, and so it's a good place to be if you're in that situation.
Yeah.
They look friendly out there. They look
do
like
look
they're
friendly,
having
yeah.
a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are there parties? What do candidates do?
So some candidates actually have election headquarters kind of thing. I think the mayor usually does at some restaurant where people go after and to either celebrate or commiserate, just like they do on TV. But for the most part, these candidates don't do that. They get their results and they talk to their good close friends and the people who help them. Generally not in the same space, maybe a house party or two, but nothing of the the scope that you see when the governor's election is, and they're all down at the Hilton or the Westin or someplace in the big ballroom.
We haven't told Paul about the balloons and confetti.
Yeah.
Oh, the balloons! All right.
Now, one fascinating thing happened 2 years ago was when Frank Margiotta won for Ward 3 as a writing candidate.
Yeah, right.
He and his family had gathered here because they were obviously the last race that was figured out.
They were the only ones here.
Yeah, it was us with them, and all of a sudden we just heard shouting in the background, and then we got to speak with them for a couple minutes. So that was a really cool moment as well.
Yeah, and so many things, so many unique things happen in these municipal elections. That was one of them.
Yeah.
Where the actual candidate dropped out just weeks before the election, and so there was no candidate.
Yeah.
And there had to be a write-in campaign, and Frank and Bob Wynot went about doing it, and in a way that, again, gave the people a choice. They had a choice, and they got organized and did it.
Yeah, and I'll raise my glass for Bob Wynot too. It was a
Yeah, I
great
was gonna
gentleman,
say.
a great servant.
Thank you.
That was
He taught us a lot.
Yeah. So, all right, folks, we are a little after 8 o'clock tonight. We're about 20 minutes away from having the results of tonight's races for you. This is Paul Lundberg, a former city council president, who's joining us, along with me and Heather Atwood, as always. So, Paul, I wanted to ask, too, what is the next 6 to 8 weeks going to be like?
Good question.
For someone stepping into the job or eventually stepping out of the job.
So let's start with what the charter and the ordinance says. The ordinance says about city councilors that the city council president is to meet within 30 days of the election, is to meet with the newly elected councilors, so not incumbents, but newly, and give them a orientation to the city council, to give them the book, the ordinance, the zoning ordinance, the city ordinance, the city council rules of procedure, and walk them through what it's like to be, the things that you have to know. So that will happen, and so that will be something that will fall to Val Gilman as the city council president. She will have to take whoever turns out to be newly elected. She will have to take care of that bit of business. With the mayor, of course, the incumbent already has the job and can just go back to work. If it's a challenger, like what happened last time when Greg beat Mayor Taken, then he was a newcomer to the job, and he had to do a transition study, really. And it's very important because, as we all know, in Gloucester, the mayor is the chief executive, but they're also the city manager, basically. They got to know. The department heads report to the mayor, the DPW and the fire and the police and all that. And so the business of the city goes through the mayor, as if the mayor were the city manager. So a new mayor has to learn that within these weeks between now, and hopefully the outgoing mayor is cooperative and teaches the new mayor those things so that the new mayor knows what they have to do every day when they come to the office. As far as bigger things, policy things, what do we do about affordable housing, for instance? Everybody's going to be different, and those are things that you hope a candidate will take to heart. That's why they were elected, and the people have now given those candidates their faith and saying, we now have given over to you our authority to you to do this work. And so you hope that those candidates take that seriously.
All right, folks, like we keep saying over and over now, we're waiting for the election results. I will have those for you. Now, when you see them on your screen, you are going to see a check mark by the projected winner's name and a percentage total. You won't see the total number of votes quite yet, as we won't have that, but we will have the percentage. So if you see very tight numbers, just hang tight, and we'll try to get those final numbers for you, because we expect some very close races here, which could lead to inevitable recounts. So we just want to get that up and out of the way. So Paul, another question I have for you too is, how do you become a city council president?
Well, your peers
There's a
elect
president and a vice president.
There are. So on Inauguration Day, which is January 1st generally, we gather here in City Hall. The mayor is sworn in, and then the city council is sworn in as well. After the city council is sworn in, they convene a meeting right here at the rostrum, right down here. Meeting called to order. Can I entertain a motion to elect a motion to nominate someone for city council president? I nominate Val Gilman. I nominate Paul Lundberg, whoever. And then any other nominations? Okay. And then there's a vote about with the new councilors, their first vote of their career.
Wow.
And they will elect it. Now, in the 6 weeks between now and that day, some politicking might go on. So someone who really wants the job might be saying to their colleagues, I could be a really good city council president. What committee would you like to be on? That kind of thing goes on. So yes, there's some, there's a give and take before then, but the actual election of the city council president and the vice president happens on that day. And I think the school committee does the same thing. I think when they're sworn in and they elect the chair of the school committee right then and there.
And what, beyond the prestige of the president word, what's the advantage of having do we have results?
The results are coming very soon.
Okay, yeah, I see people talking to Joanne Sinos there.
Okay. What is the advantage? Well, it's all, you do have to do all the work.
Okay,
and you have to steward and steer the cats, herd the cats is basically what you do. You have great helpers in the city clerk, and the city auditor also reports to the city council, so the necessary tools are there, and but you got to make it happen. You have to make sure the agendas are proper and filled in, and that everything that the clerk does most of that. So much of the city business is on timetables. It's all in the ordinance. when you apply, you have 2 weeks to do this and that sort of thing. That all happens behind the scenes, but the city council president has to make sure that it's all done when that book goes out Friday before your meeting, that it's got everything in it that needs to be there.
So Val talked a lot in the forums about returning to best practices.
Yes.
So is that an official term? Is that a term of art?
That's a term of art.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, that's again, it's also somebody's opinion. What is the best practice?
Yeah.
I think that if there's you know, you don't speak until the other person's finished speaking. For instance, those kinds of, you know, the good manners we learned as children. If we could all do that, we'd be pretty well off.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's that, best practices. The other best practices are, you know, what are the city council has 3 committees: budget and finance, ordinance and administration, and planning and development, and they each have very specific roles, and they're supposed to get a lot of work done, so that when the issues come to the council, they've been briefed, they've been studied, they've been voted on in many cases, and so best practices is to make sure those committees do their work. That's one of the really important.
Well, it's a who's who in the audience right now. Most of the candidates are actually here. We're actually hoping that we'll get a reaction to results from as many candidates as possible, so stay tuned for that. We're waiting on wards 1 and 2 are still coming in, so I assume 3 it must already be here, which is fast. So we're going to have results sooner than later. So we're just keeping our eye on the floor for that. We're getting notes from the floor as well. In a little twist this year, we're working in concert with City Hall to actually release the results simultaneously through their official outlets. In 1623 Studios, we serve the municipalities of Gloucester, Rockport, Manchester by the Sea, and Essex. We feel very privileged to be here bringing you this information tonight. It's been an exciting election season. Change is in the air. How much change? We are going to find out very shortly. So thanks for being with us and being patient, and we'll get those results to you ASAP.
So can I ask you anecdotally what your experience has been in terms of viewership tuning into stuff like this? My anecdotal experience is people are saying things like, I've tuned into 1623 to find out such and such. I tuned in to watch the elections. It seems like, you know, as an adjunct to social media, this has become a very important outlet.
Yeah, it's a great point, Paul. Because I remember being a kid and growing up and watching Channel 12 and Adelphia Cablevision and New England Cablevision, et cetera, et cetera. The big night was always election night. It would be live coverage. They'd have great coverage of it. There would always be Heidi Dolan with a whiteboard on the floor writing in the numbers, and Meredith Fine was hosting, and it was a big to-do. But that was, I mean, you would watch Channel 12 for high school sports, graduation, the municipal meetings, and really the big enchilada was election night. So in our work there, and we have a tremendous crew now, and we're just trying to improve those outlets for communication, up the broadcast ante, so to speak. You've noticed some final touches that we've added tonight, extra graphics. We have extra folks working for us. We've had several meetings with Joanne Sinos and Ryan Knowles and other folks here to sort of help us walk through and just give us an idea of capabilities and limitations and how we can help make this a better broadcast and viewing experience for candidates and their teams, as well as the constituents out there in Cape Ann.
Sure.
So I'm really struck by the fact that my first election night program was in 2021, and it was COVID, so this room was empty. So I haven't seen this room fill up like this. It's kind of exciting. Yeah.
2 years from now, we're going to try to get a camera behind us so you can actually see some of the folks out there.
I know.
So
We
it's
could name drop, but
yeah, it's pretty exciting. So we're moments away. So like we said, we're waiting for the memory sticks from the ballot boxes from wards 1 and 2 right now, and then we'll have those results for you immediately. We can go through these races really quickly for everybody, but as if you need reminding. The mayor is up for grabs. It is the incumbent Greg Verga versus Mary Ellen Rose in a very spirited campaign between the two of them.
here we go.
For various reasons.
All right.
Look at that.
Thanks, Alec.
Gorgeous stuff.
So I see Val in leopard skin. Is that right?
Yep, you do. On the prowl once again.
Jason Grow.
Jonathan Pope.
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw Just Worthley in there earlier.
Nice,
Laura
Alex.
Weeson is here as well. Tony Gross is here as well. Yeah,
Did
great
we
stuff.
see any mayoral candidates?
Did not see them.
Yeah.
Not yet, but we can see actually the ballot box officials are reporting these here. Joanne is right in front of us now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting results. So,
Awesome.
the candidates running for at-large councilor, Jeff Worthley, Jason Groh, Chris Siccaranza, Val Gilman, Tony Gross, Jamie O'Hara, and of course the active sticker campaign for
40%,
Tracy O'Neill.
60%.
Oh, we're in. We're in.
Race.
Here we go.
40%,
We have Greg
60%.
Verga at 60%
All right.
to 40%, folks. So
Well,
Greg Verga has been re-elected. Oh, this is only Ward 2 now? Only Ward 2.
Oh, only ward. Oh, that's
okay.
one ward worth
So
of,
one
of
ward. So
mayor.
ward-
This is
Oh,
one
we gotta
ward,
be careful
folks.
then.
One ward.
okay, so
This is
all
one
Ward
ward.
2.
One ward reporting.
All right.
Okay, so this is why we don't have
Siccaranza.
check marks yet.
Okay.
All right, so you see this is just Ward 2 now. Worthley, Siccaranza, Tony Gross, 1, 2, 3 on that page.
That's an interesting result.
All right, and Emily, make sure that we know that we're just doing ward by one ward at a time.
So this is Ward
So
1?
Ward 1 has not come in yet.
No.
All right,
Okay.
hold on. This is Ward 3. Ward 3 results as of now.
This is Ward
Dylan,
2.
This is Ward 2.
Ward 2.
2, yes, sorry,
Yeah.
2. 2 is
So
Benson Epstein.
Dylan Benson.
So that looks like there's a winner in Ward
Yeah.
2.
Yes.
Right, exactly. We see Dylan.
All right, Ward 3, not quite yet. Let's wait for these numbers to come. Here is school committee now. All right, and you see folks here at City Hall awaiting these results as they trickle in ward by ward.
School committee.
So the
So
graphics should show that it's just a ward and not the total.
Right?
For
And
city.
Ryan knows we're still just doing ward by ward right now? Yep. This is Ward 2. Okay, and this is just one page of
This
the
is
school
one page
committee.
of 6, 7 candidates. Okay, well, this is going to be a work in progress.
yeah,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Tiptoeing through the results. Okay,
Yeah.
school committee.
And so that's Ryan Knowles, IT director here. He's actually fanning through so we can get back to, this is the final result now. This Ward 2 race for ward councilor. So there you
So
have it.
Dylan Benson.
That's probably a final,
Yeah.
because that's just the returns for just that ward or just that ward councilor.
Yeah, so that's,
Yeah.
we can call that one.
At large with just one ward reporting now.
So we have Worthley, Siccaranza, Tony Gross, Jason Groh.
Right, but we noticed even in the election 2 years ago how these numbers can vary wildly
Oh,
from
yeah,
ward to
from
ward.
ward to ward, yeah. It was really interesting
Yeah.
to see. We have that actually in our notes.
Okay, and again, this is just Ward 2
Right.
reporting.
And you might expect that in Ward 2. Do you want to?
Yeah, tell us why.
And I can tell you Ward 3 is about to come in as well.
All right.
Yeah. The incumbent constituency in Ward has a strong constituency in Ward 2, and you'd expect to see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you
right,
know.
right.
That's why.
Yeah.
One interesting thing about 60-40, that's been kind of the way that mayoral races have turned out the last 5 times.
It's true, good point.
Interesting.
The winner is about 60%, and the second place is about 40%,
Huh.
with a little variation, but not a lot.
Yeah, huh.
All right, more results are coming in.
Ward 3 is next.
Yeah. And I can tell you the way we have these set up now,
Ward 3 is.
But we can't, how can we tell?
This is Ward 3, right?
I don't know.
Alana, let us know from Ryan where we're at right now. Is this is Ward 1 now? The 4?
Precinct
Oh,
4-1.
Precinct 4-1? Okay. So we've got a ways to go here, but
Oh, precinct. Okay.
all right, that is unchanged. All right, folks, so we're waiting for results to come in from all the ballot boxes in the polling precincts.
Now we've got a
We do
graphic
have Ward
that
4
shows,
results.
We have a graphic that shows which ward it is. And there is Ward 4, and that is 60%. And
So Marjata.
Yeah, Frankie
Yes.
Marjota.
So Frank Marjota is the winner there.
Yeah.
Sean Nolan, we have him safely in as Ward 5.
So that's
counselor.
3 so far. We've
Yeah.
got.
So we've got
Start writing
Dylan
this down.
Benson has prevailed in Ward 2, right? And Frank
Frankie
Marjota
Marjota.
in Ward 4, and we've got Sean Nolan in 5.
Great call. All right, so just keep in mind, folks, that most of these, other than those ward results, are a work in progress. All right? And you see Ryan Knowles there seated at the end of the table.
Doing all the work.
And Joanne Sinos is sitting in the same chair that
Yeah.
she sits at during city council meetings.
Oh, that's her
exactly
chair.
her place.
Joanne's in red.
She's in red.
She's receiving the
she's
the
in
memory
sticks. She
stick.
sure is.
Yeah, things are going to happen fast
Yeah.
now.
It's so interesting when that woman who is handing the memory sticks to Joanne came in, you could hear her footsteps. Boom, 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 boom. I looked up and I thought, who is marching in like that?
All right, again, here are the results for Ward 4. Frank Marjota, 61%. Mary Pat DeRosa, 38%. We saw the results for Dylan Benson over Daniel Epstein, 72 to 28, approximately. We're still waiting for Ward 1 numbers to come in.
And again, we have to remember that Daniel Epstein said Ward 2 would do just fine if Dylan Benson was elected.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
And Daniel acquitted himself well in the forums
yeah, he
of
did.
this season, too.
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about how he was, when that funny question came up about the carbon credits for Dogtown,
Oh.
and Daniel Epstein was the one person in the room who said, you know what, this maybe isn't a bad idea. And yeah, it was really interesting. And he was definitely the most knowledgeable about it too.
Okay, folks, again, these are not final numbers for the mayoral race. We're still waiting for them. We actually have Ward 1 results about to come in. Waiting for that. You can tell because the crowd starts to stand around the projection
There's
screen.
also a couple of things to remember since we don't have the actual numbers. Wards 2 and 3 generally have less numbers than the big wards 4 and 5.
Oh, the voter turnout?
In terms of voter turnout.
Oh, interesting.
So while you have a percentage like that for Ward 2 or 3, the number of votes behind those percentages may not be quite as big as you're going to see when Wards 4 and 5 come in.
Very
That's-
interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
Very interesting. So that's wards 2 and 3, you said, are like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
The downtown wards generally have less votes.
All right, and once again, just to reiterate in case you're just tuning in, this is not a final tally for the mayoral race. This is one ward reporting, perhaps 2 at this point, but not positive, and we're waiting for the results from Ward 1 to come in. If you're just tuning in, Ward 2 has been won by Dylan Benson, Ward 4 by Frankie Marjota, Ward 5, Sean Nolan. Even though that memory stick hasn't popped up yet. But
We're
Sean's
pretty
safe
sure
this time.
about that.
And Sean's
He's
actually
carrying-
here tonight, too.
Yeah.
He may be carrying it himself.
And that's a really important return for Ward 5 because you have the kind of City Hall satellite over there at Extreme Auto on Condon Road where Sean does his business.
That's always an interesting thing too when there is an unopposed race. I mean, does that tell the incumbent that
Yes.
the ward is essentially satisfied?
I think so. Yeah.
So do you have any other reflections on these results and in terms of the wards, like how you look at the ward returns? Is Lanesville, I mean, what kind of a candidate does it usually carry, Ward 4? I don't know.
The Ward 4, which is not just Lanesville, it runs from the hospital all the way to the
hold on.
Rockport.
Do we need,
All right, we have updated results here. Which ward? This is Ward 1 reporting now? Is this Verga in Ward 1? Okay, wards there's 2, wards 1, and Ward 4 1. This is what we have
Ward
so
1.
far.
Oh, so now this is a cumulative number.
Yes, it
This
is.
isn't
So
just
now this
one-
is wards 1, 2,
Oh,
and
wow.
wards 4, precinct 1.
Okay.
Okay? So we've got a ways to go, folks, but we're getting there.
Yeah.
so this is cumulative for the Council of
Yes.
Large race.
1,
Okay.
2, and 4, 1.
Okay.
So look at Tony Gross is doing well.
So Ward
Yes.
1, Ward 2, and Ward 4, Precinct 1. All right. Oh, and there we go for
there we
Ward
go.
1.
Ward
Scott
one.
Memhard edges out to
Edges.
Marianne
Close.
Boucher.
Very close.
Wow.
Very tight race.
Very tight race.
Marianne did a great job in the
did.
forms.
Yeah, it was nice to get to know who she was.
And
She's
Scott
such
continues, yeah.
a dedicated citizen.
So that's very close, considering that Scott's been an incumbent for a while.
Right, right.
But Mary Ann's very active in the community and very articulate.
Well, we know this one. So we have Ward 1, Memhard, Ward 2, Benson.
Yeah.
Ward,
We're
we don't
awaiting
have
results for Ward
three.
3. Here's that.
Nope,
Yep. Ward 4.
got that.
This is done.
So maybe you can answer, Paul. You were about to talk about Ward 4 in particular.
So it's 2 precincts, 1 and 2. I would say that Precinct 2 is a very active voter base, and they tend to really try and get into issues if they can. If you listen to the candidate forums that were at the Lanesville Community Center as an example, those were very substantive.
They were.
And the people who want to, and those people, they want to see those kinds of substantive discussions.
Well, there was a big undertaking in Ward 2 with the consolidation of the elementary schools.
Right. And Ward 4 may be looking at that.
It came up several. It was questioned several times during the debates and forums this season. So so you can just see this. So that is Ryan Knowles is the IT director here at City Hall, and he is fanning through the results for folks too. So basically, the memory sticks are providing printouts, and from those printouts, Ryan and his team are typing those into these graphics, which we're showing you in real time. So this is exactly what the folks here in City Hall are looking at on the big projection screen. And again, these numbers are not final. As of now, we have wards 1 and 2 are in. Ward 4 Precinct 1 is in. And we're now being told that Ward 5 Precinct 2 is about to be added.
So this is cumulative?
This is cumulative so far, wards 1, 2, and Ward 4 Precinct 1.
Okay.
And each ward has 2 precincts.
Yes, it does. Some of them vote in the same place, some of them vote in 2 different places. Ward 4 has 2 different polling places, Bemis School and Plum Cove, but Ward 3, for instance, everyone votes at the high school. Ward 2, everyone votes at Our Lady. So,
Yep, and Ward 1 now everyone's at the Consolidated School.
School, yep.
And the Magnolia Library and West Parish
West
School
Parish,
for Ward 5.
right, exactly. And those wards are big, I mean, distance-wise, so it's a little, makes sense.
Yeah. Longer drive for
Longer drive.
those City Hall workers.
So one of the, I don't live in Gloucester, so I have a lot to learn about this city.
But you're very close, you're on the border.
Right.
Literally.
I am, yeah, I may as well, yeah. I actually do have a little piece of
course.
Gloucester land, yeah. But one of the points that was made during the forums that I really enjoyed was by Marjorie Grace, who pointed out that Ward 3 includes all the entrances entrances and exits to Gloucester. All the ways in and out of Gloucester are all included in Ward 3. It's basically the gateway.
Okay.
I thought that was an interesting
In
point.
the 3 bridges, the
Yeah.
railroad bridge and the 2 highway bridges?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a great point.
I'd never thought of that.
Isn't it? I know. So she said everybody has to pass through Ward 3 when they come to Gloucester.
And that's the one
Anyway.
ward race that we're waiting results for.
Yeah, I know.
Results for right now. Marjorie Grace and Joe Orlando.
And so you said it may not be impacted by the TOD, Ward 3. That's still yet to,
it's
it will be.
there's definitely,
Oh,
if you
okay.
drive the half-mile circle around the train station,
It's
you
wards
definitely
2
get
and Ward
to-
3.
Yes.
Okay, and for those of you just tuning in, those are not the final votes. That's not the final tally for the mayoral race. This is just a select number of wards insofar. Oh, now this is being adjusted. Now they're saying it on the floor. Hold on, Heather. What's in so far? Wards 1, 2, 4. Again, these are not final numbers.
3 is the other one
Okay,
left.
so now all we're waiting for is Ward 3 for all the results, or just, I mean, we were waiting for 3 for Ward Councilor. Okay. So now we're being told that these are Wards 1, 2, 4, and 5 reporting, and we're awaiting Ward 3, which is interesting, is the closest polling precinct to us
You'll
here.
notice on that city councilor at large tally so far that it could be very close as to the 4
Very
top vote getters,
Yeah.
because they're all 6 of them very close right now.
There are a couple of margins that
Yes,
are
there
really
are.
close, yeah.
Oh, what? 100. Wait a second. Sean Nolan gets a big round of applause. Now listen, no one wrote in Daffy Duck or anything there? I mean, come on. 100.
Congratulations, Sean.
That's a record. Yeah, that cannot be beat. Okay, and again, not final, but we believe these are 4 out of 5 wards reporting now.
Wish we could
And that's
see
just a
these
partial
all.
screen. There are the others.
Okay,
Well, I believe we're going to have check marks for the top 6
great.
when this is all said and done.
So we don't have to do the adding and
That's, I
subtracting.
mean, my fingers are crossed, but that's what we're shooting for here. Okay. And once again,
So close.
all right, and we already have winners in the ward races. Scott Memhard wins once again. Dylan Benson is your new Ward 2 councilor. Frank Merjota moves from 3 to 4 and wins, and there's Sean Nolan.
So we do have Mayor Berger in the crowd.
Okay.
Oh, we
He's
do?
right
Oh,
over
great.
yonder. Talking to my good friend John Orlando.
All right, well, now we're going back to the back to our screen here too for updated results. Let's go back, Tyler.
So does this look like a normal city hall?
So,
All right, this is 1, 2, 4, and 5 reporting, so only Ward 3 is left.
okay, so that is probably going to sustain itself, that result we just saw for the mayor.
Well, now, and look at this race for
These
at-large.
have shifted. These have all shifted, right?
So now Tony Gross
Yeah.
with Jason Groh, Jeff Worthley, and Val Gilman. Will Chris stick around to get that push in Ward 3?
Yeah. Wow,
And it looks
Yeah,
like Jamie
it's gonna be
O'Hara.
tight here.
Yeah.
that is going to be tight.
All right, and there's Ward 3 we're still waiting on. Wards 1, 2, 4, and 5 are in. You see those reflected in these ward race results as well as mayoral, at-large, and school committee results, but we're still waiting for that one big ward to cap things off here, Heather.
Mayor Virgo looks more relaxed than I've seen him in a long time.
Well, he's not sitting with us yet.
No, that's true.
But remember, the 60-40, pretty standard over the years for the winner.
That's really interesting.
Okay, so all we can tell from this first page is that Kathleen Clancy seems to be in a comfortable position. Melissa Texera Prince, no surprises there. Laura Veason, Bill Melvin, okay.
Yep.
And it looked like on the other page, Jeremy McKean and Keith Minio.
Yeah, and Richard Roberts is down a little bit below them.
Yep, he's going to have to do some leapfrogging here.
Yes.
Coming up right after the break, Sean Nolan joins us. No, probably not. No.
You want to come up here and talk?
That's a thumbs up.
Nope.
No, he's talking to Bruce Clark. So, okay, folks, if you're just tuning in, all we're waiting for are the results from Ward 3. So we have the Ward 3 race between Marjorie Grace and Joe Orlando, and then, of course, how those votes lean into the final races, mayor race, at-large councilor, and school committee. So that's all we're waiting for now. I think Joe Encinos is literally opening up the memory stick in front of us.
But the crowd looks happy. There's sort of a little bit of ebullience
They're
in the
behaving.
atmosphere.
They're behaving tonight.
Yeah, they are.
Not one chair thrown.
So, Councilor O'Hara,
So here's the big surprise, right? Is Jamie O'Hara. We'll see how he does in Ward 3, but he had the second most votes in 2021.
he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
I have these results here in case we want.
Yeah.
These are 2021.
Yep.
This is a formula.
If you want this back, just
Paul,
let me
the
know.
No, that's
60-40
okay.
thing.
I got it. Yeah, and again, that's, the voters are very wise, and that's why we have these elections every 2 years. And they had plenty of opportunity to get educated about these candidates. the voters.
All right, so again, not a final mayoral tally yet, but it's coming very, very soon. This may be it.
Is this it? Verga won.
This is it? This is it. Hey, back to the screen, Tyler. These are the final numbers here. So there you go. So
60-40.
Mayor Greg Verga will get a second term as a mayor for City of Gloucester. He defeats Mary Ellen Rose 61+% to 38+%. Here you go for at large. It is going to be Worthley, Grow, Gross, and Gilman, with Sickerans are just barely in fifth. Unbelievable. Mayor Greg Verga is actually going to be joining us very shortly. Here are we're breaking now. All right, so folks, we're going to take a quick break. So we're going to take a 60-second break, and we'll be back with Mayor Greg Verga right after this.
Watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across the city of Gloucester submitted ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, hosts Corey Kukuru, Heather Atwood, and the 1623 Studios team are inside Gloucester's City Hall at center stage at Kairou's Auditorium with special guest commentary from former City Council President Paul Lundberg, a breakdown of this year's election season's top stories with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman, and an exclusive interview with outgoing school committee member Samantha Verga Watson. Then, when the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay with us for immediate results and reaction with this year's candidates. Now, for more coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections, here's tonight's anchors and co-hosts of Cape Ann Today, Corey Kukuru and Heather Atwood.
All right, folks, we are back here at Kairou's Auditorium at City Hall to congratulate Mayor-elect Greg Verga. Once again, congratulations, Mr. Verga.
Thank you all. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thanks
Great
for
to be
being
here as mayor-elect again.
Yeah.
Without a mask this year.
All right.
Isn't that great? We were talking about that. Yeah.
So your initial reaction, Greg?
Excellent. It was, I mean, you never know. There were ebbs and flows for the campaign, so you really never know how it's going to turn out until it's done. And so we've got the results. I feel great about it, and my team is very happy.
Was the campaign a surprise to you? Was it that it was bumpy, and did that catch you off guard?
It was bumpy, but I don't think it really caught us off guard. We, as soon as we knew we had an opponent, and that the signatures were certified, we got things rolling. Our campaign team never really broke up after the last election, so we have been in constant contact. Hired a professional consultant. We had tasks for everybody, and this thing was running smooth like clockwork for the last 3 months. So, and even before that, but we really kicked it into high gear. And I'm really thankful for the group of volunteers we have who are just putting up a lot of time for really no pay, just because they felt confident in what I was doing, and they felt confident that this was the direction they wanted to continue to go.
So one of the things we were talking about earlier in terms of the city council races was the fact that most candidates were up on the issues.
Yes.
And I think in the mayoral race, you certainly, as part of your campaign strategy, were talking about the issues and trying to be as specific as possible.
Yeah.
Was that a strategy, and how do you feel that resonated with the voters?
Yeah, it certainly resonated with the voters, and we, nobody wants to listen to a candidate get into the weeds with all this minutiae details that's not of interest. But I think we hit the sweet spot of here are the details, here's what we want to do, and this is how we think it's going to impact Gloucester going forward. I think that you always run the risk of sounding like a policy wonk if you just start throwing out stats. But I think we found the right balance, and I think it obviously, by the results, resonated with the voters.
Right.
I'm smiling because all we talked about the whole hour and a half before this election was decided was the transit-oriented district, and it got very wonky, and Paul got very wonky, and we needed him to do that.
Yes.
Because we can't get enough of it.
Well, yeah, and Paul comes at it from the railroad point of view, and he understands that. That has been a big issue, and it will continue to be a big issue. But as I've said all along through the campaign, this is a law, it's a mandate, and we're going to come into full compliance. And the goal is to get there with our comprehensive planning initiative and develop zoning ordinances that are aligned with what the people want. But it still has to meet what the state demands. So hopefully there'll be, as I said to the governor, I'd like to see more carrots and less sticks, and I hope they take that to heart.
So, Greg, what are your plans now for tonight? You go hang out with the family and the friends?
Oh, we have a big party down at the Gloucester house, and I'm heading down there, and I'm going to just have a big sigh of relief and not even think about campaigning for a while.
Yeah. Well, 2 years ago we sat here with you, and the big word was a reset.
Yes.
So how happy are you with that, and what's next for
Well,
you?
I think we achieved a reset. We were able to refocus the city on trying to be tried to lower the temperature, and I think we succeeded in doing that. And going forward, we have a lot of work to do. I mean, the TOD is going to be the key component, but also we have a lot of potential what we can do with the master plan. And I'm looking forward to hearing from thousands and thousands of Gloucester people to help us develop that plan so we can lay the course for the next decade.
Well said. Well, congratulations. Mayor Verga, once again, impressive victory. And you've always been a great friend of ours here at 1623 Studio, so we appreciate what you do in your service to the community.
Well, and I guess the big thing is, speaking of 1623, I guess Music with the Mayor has just
My
been renewed.
question. Exactly.
For another season.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Have a great night. Congratulations. Any last word for your supporters out there?
Thank you. What camera am I looking at? One of these.
Oh, you're on.
Okay. Thank you all for getting out to vote. Even those who voted against me, I want to be your mayor too. So let's reset. The campaign's over. Let's look ahead.
Well said. Well, thank you so much for your time, Greg. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Have a
Take
great
care.
night.
Enjoy your evening.
So there you go. So folks, if you're just
Congratulations
tuning
to
in,
Kelly too.
Yep. Mayor Greg Verga wins a second term. And we want to reiterate the winners for at-large seats are Jeff Worthley, Jason Groh, Val Gilman, and Tony Gross. Jason Groh is sitting in with us now. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
That was easy, right?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
A little squeakier than I thought I was going to be, but there you go.
Yeah. So I guess, your initial reaction, Jason?
I think that Gloucester got it right tonight. I think they did. I think that there's so much stuff coming down the pike that we have to worry about, that we got to be able to work together on. That this was a good, decisive decision. And I think that that means that the council can get to work, the mayor can get to work, the school committee can get to work, and everybody can. We're starting from a really good place. There's a lot of good experience involved here. I'm really disappointed not to see Chris on the council. I thought he would make it in. I think it would have been a great addition. That's probably my only place where I would feel like we missed it. But other than that, yeah, well done, Gloucester.
Why do you think so many voters stuck with your messaging? What is it? What is it about you and your work or whatever do you think resonates with them?
Look at me.
Come on now. Let's.
It's the bees.
It's my bees. I think, I don't know, I try to speak as honestly and as candidly as I can about things. I don't really like to try to play too much into the political messaging and stuff that goes along with some people, and that's just who I am. I think I said at one of the debates, I don't have a whole lot of time to waste, so I'm not going to waste it by entertaining sort of the nonsense stuff. We got a lot of work to do, and the more time we spend on the nonsense, the less time we're spending on the really important stuff.
And are you confident now with this new set of city councilors, or now with Greg being back, that the work can one foot in front of the other now?
I do think that it was very important that the council came back as it did. Again, with the exception of missing Chris, I'm really disappointed by that. But other than that, I think it's going to be a good council. I think we're starting out now. Last term, we lost 4 or 5 members of the council. It's a lot of institutional knowledge to go into something. As we head into the zoning issues and the sewage treatment plan issues and the loans and all that stuff, it's going to take people who have had enough experience and understand the issues from day one, so that we're not spending a lot of time trying to catch up. And that, I think, is going to be real positive for everybody.
So one of the things that we were talking about earlier about the council was the importance of the committees.
Yes.
And one of the things that you have done as head of P&D, or Planning and Development, which is a committee that really has to get down into the actual workings of what makes the city go. And you know, you and your fellow committee members are really had a great standard of getting that work done. So are you? I hope
I'm
that you're
very
going to
hopeful.
consider that, and you've got some. I think you've got some newcomers that are going to.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I very much want to stay on P&D because of what we have to deal with and because of the lead up that we've had to deal with getting here.
Yep.
I'm hopeful that Val stays on P&D because I think she has got a lot of knowledge. And I think, you know, I can't speak for Dylan or Marjorie, but I would love to see Dylan on P&D because this is going to affect his ward probably most primarily. And as a consequence, I think it would be great to see him involved in this so that the decisions that come out of it come out with a sense of integrity to them. That he as the ward councilor is going to be able to say, look, we've had to look at these are the things we've decided on, and this is how we think we should go forward. And he'll be coming from the perspective of someone who lives there and represents that ward. So.
And he has a role in municipal government in his day job too.
Exactly, right. He's not coming in cold. He's definitely got. That's what he does all day long.
Right.
So I'm very excited. I'm really pleased for Dylan. He worked really hard. He worked really hard for that position. But I think for the first time, Ward 2 had some great options this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, it did. So I have a question left over from 2 years ago.
Yes,
when you did not
I just
sit
want
down
you to
with
know,
us.
I was so ill. I was so ill that night that I just was like, I couldn't wait to get home.
Well, that's all right.
Yeah.
So it's a softball question. I hope you enjoy it. It's so you were a ward councilor 12 years ago. What's different about the city now?
Well, we have more money. I mean,
the ARPA money?
We were the ARPA money. The general economics is better.
Oh, interesting.
You know, the health and financial health of the city is much better. I mean, when I was on the council before, we were looking at massive losses of money. And so we were facing fire station closures, school closures, layoffs of staff and teachers, and that was like every day was a bad news scenario.
Yeah.
And now, you know, it's not perfect, but it's been elevated. We're on the upward side of things. We have a lot of big expenses coming up, but I think we're in a position that we can manage and handle those in a much more flexible and elastic way. So it's not as terrifying on the financial side of things as it was 12 years ago. But we still have the big decisions, the big challenges, and the biggest thing is going to be selling the community, getting them on board and getting their input. We got the TOD on one side. We also have the Comprehensive Planning Initiative on another, which are related but not on the same time frame.
Right.
And I know the planning board, or at least members of the planning board and members of the council, are itching to get on to the TOD because we know it's going to take a long time. I mean, we spent five plus months working on the zoning amendments that we voted on last year that ended up failing.
I know.
You know,
and you guys are experts now, though.
Yeah, we're good at failure. So.
No, I mean in zoning.
Yes, no, it's good.
Yeah.
Jason, congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. Enjoy your night.
I will.
And
And
we're looking forward to 2
congratulations
more
to
years
everybody.
of growth.
I want to specific Sean Nolan, 100%.
Right.
Unbelievable, right?
I mean, come on.
Who would have thought
That doesn't happen
And
very
we want
often.
those daughters of yours to live in this city.
We want those daughters
Right?
of ours to live in this city. It's great to see you.
Have a
Thank you
great
for
night,
having
Jason.
me.
Thank
Okay.
you so
Take
much.
care.
Thank you,
All right.
Jason.
All right, if you're just in, Val Gilman is about to join us here as well. Greg Verga has been reelected at large. Worthley, Grow, Gilman, and Gross. And Val is sitting with us now. Sorry, Paul.
Oh, that's all right.
Congratulations,
Hi,
Val.
Gilman.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Counselor.
Look at that
Big
piece of
smile.
cake, right?
Right? Yeah.
It was
We
close.
we got vote totals now.
Yeah, you have the numbers around. So your reaction?
I'm delighted.
Yeah.
Going from a ward counselor for 8 years to at large is a huge step. It meant that I had to get out in front of the whole community, and there was a lot of tough campaigning, and I had a great team helping me. I had wonderful letters to the editor, just a lot of positive vibes, and I'm very grateful to be elected as an at-large counselor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Paul was sort of describing to us the difference between being a ward counselor and a counselor at large on the council. Tell us what you're thinking about that.
Well, when you're a ward counselor, your job is quite specific. You're really answering a lot of issues with your constituents. They want to know what to do when they have a pothole, or what we can do when someone's driving too fast on their road. So it's very tactical. Although I still...
He used you as an example. You're doing a great job.
Well, it's been a lot of work, you know.
Yep.
I mean, and you really have to have an ear to your constituents, and then represent them going forward with the whole city. So it's more tactical. The reason why I'm excited about at-large is because I really would like to do more legislation. I'd like to take a look at our council ordinances and learn more about best practices and how we can improve that part of our business. And I think that that's really important. And I'm hungry to do that because I think I'm ready. And I do a lot of work at the state level in terms of lobbying for more Chapter 90, and I think it's a good opportunity for me to take it to the next step. So I'm excited about that. So I think I can hit the ground running, and I'm glad the campaign's over because I never want to see. I didn't have signs like some of my colleagues, but
there were a lot of signs out there.
Signs were kind of a pain in the neck, and I'd love to see us not have signs someday. But of course, until then, we have signs. Yeah.
Well,
congratulations.
I think that your role as the city council president this last term probably played well for you in the rest of the city, that you had to introduce yourself to. I mean, you'd been on the school committee a while ago, but it's been a while, and now you ran citywide, and a lot of people knew the quality of your work, I think, from the experience you've had as the president. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that coming from you because I learned a lot from you.
Well.
And it was big. It was a lot being council president during COVID.
Yeah.
It was very difficult having Zoom meetings. There were things that I didn't like that was happening, and I think that's over now, and I think we've all learned from it, and I'm excited about that. So
when you look at the makeup of this council, what do you think?
Oh, I think it's a good council.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a good council. I think it's a strong council. I think we work well together. One new member, right? Everybody else has been working together. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited for Greg Berger. I think he worked hard in his campaign, and I think he deserved a second term. And I'm really excited to be here, and that this campaign is over, and I can get back to a little normalcy in my life. So thank you for all you do here. I've always enjoyed being interviewed by you. I met your mom when I was going door to door.
Oh yeah, she told me.
At Ward 5. I spent about a half an hour with her, and it was wonderful. So so I got to know a lot of new people. So things are good.
So we want to interview you again. We want to get you on.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
And we'll talk about Chapter 90.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll tell you all about
There
it.
you go.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
Well, congratulations. Thanks so much for your time and service. All right, we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Val.
Have a great night.
You too.
Val Gilman, newly elected at-large council member here for the city of Gloucester, eking it out over Chris Siccaranza by less than half a percentage point.
Wow.
Unbelievable. So yeah, there are the vote totals there. Very tight. Oh, you also did want to give a shout out to Marjorie Grace for winning Ward 3, 54 to 46%. Joining us now is Ward 4 winner, Frank Margiotta. Do you like that I say Margiotta?
I do. Thank you. I appreciate it.
There you go, man. How you doing? Congratulations.
Congratulations, Frank.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
I feel like we just saw you
Yes.
2 years ago.
Yes, it's a very different campaign than I ran 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I did the write-in campaign at the outside of Gloucester High School, and this was very different. It's
Right?
a normal campaign, I feel like.
In a whole new ward.
Yes, a whole new ward. So Ward 4.
Yeah. So how'd that go? Being your brand new neighborhood and brand new ward, how'd the campaign go?
It was hectic, with 3 kids running around.
Little kids, yeah.
But it was great. I really want to thank my supporters, my family helping us out, my friends, everyone in the community, and the councilors right now who really helped me push this campaign forward. And just want to thank my opponent, Mary Pat. We both ran a very clean race, respectfully, which is what I love. So thank you for her, and what a great race she ran as well.
So, Frank, now are you just getting your feet wet in Ward 4? Do you have what are your sights on next? What's on the agenda for you, other than spending more time on the quarries?
Yes. So I think with tonight, I'm just gonna go celebrate. I still have a job to do for Ward 3 councilor, and I want to finish that very strong. And then I also want to work with the current Ward 4 councilor, Val Gilman, and really learn more about Ward 4 and talk to the constituents to learn what we can do. It's important for me to hear them and listen to them. Like, I ran my campaign with Your Voice Matters, and I truly believe that. And I'm happy that it showed today.
Frank, I want to ask you something. As someone a write-in candidate and winner 2 years ago, right? And now like a comfortable win in an entirely different ward. You must be feeling pretty well inside to just see like how that works, like someone seemingly out of nowhere come in and be a big part of how the city ticks.
I am. I'm very excited. I didn't know how this race was going to go. You wake up at 6:45 in the morning and you get to Plum Cove and you sort of separate. But really just an outstanding team effort from top to bottom. And getting to know the residents of Ward 4, I think, really helped. Going door to door. Yesterday, going to 400 doors, knocking on the doors, getting to talk to them, just getting the word out, last minute was important. So it's good. I'm still learning the ward. There's a lot, Ward 3, you're to do a lot more walking around, but Ward 4, it's not really. You got to drive around neighborhood, park the car, walk up the street, and a lot of the roads don't have sidewalks, so it's really different than Ward 3. But yeah, I really want to, the past 2 years being the Ward 3 councilor and learning how the system works and learning how it goes, learning the details, I think really did help me with becoming Ward 4 councilor tonight.
So did you know when you were moving to Ward 4 that you would definitely run?
No. I remember talking to Val Gilman. I'm like, Val, I'm not running against you. You're the Ward 4 councilor, and I respect what you've done. I'm maybe potentially doing something else, but I want to be with the city. And she's like, no, I want to run for council at large. And then it just happened. I was like, this is great. Well, I'm going to run for Ward 4, and I'm just happy. Very different campaign. I didn't know how the results were going to be. It's just a very exciting opportunity, and I really can't wait to help the residents of Ward 4. And just not just Ward 4, Gloucester. I mean, every vote counts and every vote matters. So yes, it's important.
Very cool. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the night with your friends and family, and we'll be chatting with you sooner than later.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Congratulations.
Frank Margiotta, your Ward 4 councilor.
He's my counselor too.
Well, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah, lucky me.
Beautiful. So Tony Gross is about to sit with us, but you're seeing these results. Now they're all final. All the votes are in. A couple new names and faces, but of course the big story is Mayor Greg Berger wins a second term as mayor for the city of Gloucester. Joining us now, at-large councilor Tony Gross. Tony, congratulations.
Thank you, Corey.
Great to see you again.
Congratulations, thank you, Paul.
I'll shake your hand too.
Tony, look at these top vote getter,
Top
Tony.
vote getter, yeah.
First time in my life.
Did that surprise you?
Yeah. So your initial reaction?
Of course, it surprised me. Overwhelmed. Very gratified. Very grateful to the citizens that some of my hard work's been being recognized. It's always a good feeling to have that, verified by, when you put yourself out there. You sort of leave yourself flapping in the breeze, and when they come back and tell you you're okay, that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's been a bit of a bumpy road amongst city council for quite a bit now, but to be able to, those numbers sort of tell a different story they kind of reveal that people are paying attention.
I would hope so.
Yeah. It's supposed to be a bit comforting.
So I learned a lot about the average median income in all those forums.
All right.
Right?
Our
So-
champion for that.
Exactly. So we don't have to go there now if you don't want to, but I thought the forums were great. I learned so much, including the work you're doing on that.
Oh, good. I mean, Gloucester, our average median income is much lower than Boston, but for Housing and Urban Developments Department's purposes, we're lumped in with Boston, and it's a huge area. It goes from the New Hampshire border down to the Cape, out to Worcester. It's a huge area, and in some places it's, it's actually $30,000 over what a Gloucester median income is. But there's pros and cons to having that, and we need to really think about very seriously and find out what the cause and effect will be if we do try to make this something different. But Congressman Moulton's office has put us in touch with the field agent in charge of this part of HUD, and so we'll be in conversations. So we got, there's a new term coming up, and same administration. Pretty much the same council, so these conversations will continue.
But those are the kind of things that councilors should be doing. That, and like your idea about the regulating the Airbnbs on some form, and that will happen in some way because it'll be part of affordable housing. But I think the voters appreciate when councilors do that.
I would hope so. I mean, because that's the business of the council.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be taking into the concerns of the citizens, listen to them, find out, and then try to find solutions for what these concerns are, and also be really frank with the citizenship about how those concerns play out. And so that's the job of the council, is to listen, to find out what they have to say, research it, and then come back and give an honest appraisal of the situation. And hopefully, if there's a way to correct things, we do it through an ordinance.
Well, we haven't talked at all tonight about the Master Harbor Plan. Another one.
Do you have half an hour just to...
Well, right now that is the Harbor Master Plan it's with the state. So we're in sort of a flux on what they have to say. There's not a lot of I'd love to say that we've found the silver bullet or the magic bullet, but there isn't. What we found out is what we've all known. If Gloucester wants to control, the city wants to control more of the properties, then we need to either find some ways to either own them or lease them. And I don't think Gloucester is in, particularly with these upcoming expenses that we're going to be facing, we're not in any position to do that. So we need to also maybe find a way that the DPA can work on private properties to try to get some of that funding, because that was really the bait that was on the hook for the DPA, is there's all this money that will come your way. Well, then find out, New Bedford gets it because 70% of their waterfront is owned by the city of New Bedford. But Gloucester, we're much older, and we were, it was private entrepreneurs that came and set their own piles and set their own stakes. You get Slade Gordon, you just birds, you get, just throughout the centuries. And the fishing industry has changed radically. So, one of my roles on that is to make sure that we protect enough dockage and enough infrastructure to maintain what we have today, and hopefully somewhat into the future. Fishing's not, it's changed like everything else. We're never going to see millions of pounds a week landed in the summertime like we did when we were kids. So we just need to recognize that, but we also need to find ways to preserve enough so that market rates do not take over, because there's plenty of money out there in the water world to purchase up, either real estate or dockage with bottomless pockets that we need to protect it.
So affordable wharfage is like affordable housing.
All right, well, Paul will be with you next week.
And there may be some solutions there. Let's keep an open mind.
Well, Tony, congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Great showing tonight. We appreciate your time and your service, and we'd love to chat with you soon.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Have a great
Congratulations. All those things. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Tony Gross, he was your top vote getter in the at-large race, and another 2-year term for Mr. Gross. Impressive stuff there too. And now Kathleen Clancy. Talk about tenure. You've spent a long time now
Well,
on
don't
the
make
school
me
committee.
sound any older than
Well,
I
no, but
am.
this is impressive. I mean, geez, this is a lifetime on the school committee. How thrilled are you?
Oh, very thrilled, very thrilled. Every year you figure out, every election cycle you figure out if you still have the passion and the energy, and there's still more to be done. There's always going to be more to be done, but in the past term we opened a new school, which is really, really exciting for everybody, and that was a 7-year process. And so, when you have wins like that, you want to continue looking for the next one.
Mm-hmm. So we spoke with Samantha Virgo-Watson
Yes.
Earlier tonight, and she has some great things to say. We're sad to see her go.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, I was going to say, the relationship amongst the school committee members. I mean, they've been working through COVID and then through a consolidated school.
Yeah.
Controversial at times, but I mean, it's a beautiful building. What has it been like navigating through all of that?
We're all focused on doing what's right for students and families, and definitely COVID, we listened to experts. No one at our table or in our homes on our Zoom were experts, so we kind of go where the information goes, and we discuss the information. You can't question, a health director when they're giving you, advice. So if you follow real information, you generally come up to the right decision. The superintendent comes up with recommendations, and there have been times where we ask a lot of questions and have our own opinion on things, and trying to advocate for different family feedback. And he's been good to come back to us with revised recommendations at times. So it's really not one person knows everything, and we're all willing to come to the best agreeable place.
How easy it now? I mean, we see Jeremy McKean has won a spot vacated by Sam, essentially.
Yeah.
But to have all the other returning members and to have that working relationship with them already, is that easier to move forward?
It is. It does take time to, I think anything, if you're on council or whatever, it takes time to figure out just how to be an elected official, and there's just so much information and background that other people have. So I think the first 2 years, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know a lot. And then, in your second term and from then on, you deal more with the evolving challenges as opposed to learning and getting up to speed on how just to handle things.
And you had a couple of new members in the last cycle, right?
When Bill Melvin.
Minio was new.
Keith
Minio. Yes, yep. And the previous time was Sam and Laura.
Right.
So that's, it's kind of a good percent of the turnover. If there has to be turnover, it's not a whole scale. So everybody kind of learns from who's been there before, and we do have fun at our meetings. We do like each other a lot. So it's enjoyable work. Yeah.
So Kathleen, do you want to touch upon the ongoing negotiations with the paraprofessionals right now? I mean, you don't have to get into it, but just.
So I guess the only thing I will say is I believe completely in the mediation process. Having a third party involved really is there not to figure out who's right or wrong. They're trying to just let everybody come to an agreement and move on. And I will say, no matter what we want to be as employers, there's only so much of a budget. And I just would want the public to understand that from a city perspective, there are trade-offs all the time as to what may get money one year versus what might require investment the next year. And the same thing happens on the school committee. So just for example, this past year we went into our budget cycle, and out-of-district special education tuition, they increased that tuition rate by 14%. And that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And so when you're looking forward, you really have to plan how you're going to prevent not being able to take care of that and take that risk. So it's always tough. There's always going to be competing needs, and there's only going to be a limited amount of money. So we try to do the best we can. We try really hard to be good employers. We have good benefits and professional development, and we hope to build a strong culture as employers. And I know the superintendent takes that very seriously and takes it to heart, that he is tremendous care and concern, not only for students, but all the people that work for him.
Well, now what's next? Are you partying tonight, or where do we take it from here?
I'll go have a club soda, and then I go home.
Well, congratulations once again. So, Kathleen, just one last time for your supporters out there, because the numbers, I mean, it's very impressive every time you run. That must mean a lot to you.
It does. Not being from here, people can't just go and see a familiar name.
Yeah.
But I hope people realize that good work is happening, and I'm glad to do my part to make that happen.
Well, thank you for your service.
I like being familiar with your signs. Because I'm like, oh, the Kathy Clancy signs are here again.
When I put them out, I'm like, I still like them. I still like the color.
I like the colors too.
They're kind of cheerful to me.
Exactly. I like them.
They're not blue.
Exactly.
I'm okay with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Blue and orange.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you for
Congratulations.
returning to the committee.
What'd you say?
Thank you for returning to the school committee.
My
We
pleasure.
appreciate that.
We miss you as an elected official, Mr. Lundberg.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Kathleen Clancy back with the school committee for another 2-year term. Another impressive showing for her. And now, speaking of impressive showings, we have a new member to the Gloucester School Committee. He is Jeremy McKean. Congratulations, Jeremy. Thanks for joining us.
Congratulations, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
How's it feel? How's it feel?
It feels great. Yeah, it's, just being part of the team that already exists is an honor and something that I've been looking forward to, and just being able to work with the mayor and the superintendent, and being able to work on behalf of teachers and paraprofessionals and school staff. It's just overwhelming and wonderful.
What prompted you initially to throw your hat in the ring?
I just I thought, I've been a teacher for 22 years, and I've seen every side of the system from the inside, and so I thought, maybe it's my time to run and, throw my hat in the ring and see what happens. So I saw what happens.
So it seems like you've done everything a person could do except run for school committee. You're the father of 3 children in the school system, right? And you've worked with the teachers unions, I think, right?
Worked with the union at the city level and the state level, and
So how do you bring all that to the school committee?
One meeting at a time. Just the more that I learn about the process, and the more that I figure out what abilities I can use to serve, I'll be able to say, okay, I have a strong union background, and now, as a school committee member, I'm looking at it from a different perspective, but keeping in mind values that we all hold, dear and near, in terms of, livable wage, in terms of raises, in terms of just teachers making enough and benefits and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that experience that you've had will be really important for our school committee, and you've got that unique perspective of being a parent here and a professional in another city, and you're going to be able to combine that. We can't wait to see how that works. Mm-hmm. It's going to be really great.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited.
So are there any big ticket items that you're looking to tackle right off the bat? I mean, obviously there's the contract, the situation with paraprofessionals.
Right.
There's a potential school consolidation.
Right. Yeah.
Cove and Beeman.
I'm excited for all of it. It's like your favorite TV shows. Which one do you engage in first and work on, and so. Yeah, each one is like, okay, so I have the right people to work with to tackle this issue. I need to learn a ton, and be able to really focus on where I can best serve, and then from there move on to wherever it is they need to have me work.
That's a great approach, Jeremy.
Do you feel like there are similar issues in the Lynn? You teach in Lynn, right?
Yes.
In the Lynn school system as Gloucester?
Oh,
See
sure.
parallels?
Yeah, I mean, from what students are dealing with at home to what they're dealing with at school to teacher security to, everything's the same. If you looked at the ratio of people and you just, Lynn's 130,000 people, we're 30,000. So if you just, you say, okay, well, the same things are approximately the same ratio in Lynn as they would be here, or on the state level. So I've seen some things and I've learned some things, and I think that kids are kids anywhere, and teachers are teachers anywhere. So the same supports are needed in the same systems, whether or not, we're a little more advanced here, advanced there, with school consolidation. If one school has the better placement, then we need to take the strengths and weaknesses and figure that out. So
well said. Well, congratulations on the
Thank you,
victory
thank you.
tonight. Welcome to the school board.
Yes.
And we look forward to chatting with you in the very near in the future. We'd like to
Yeah,
build a
I'd love
relationship
to.
here and get some updates on what's going on with the schools.
Excellent, excellent.
Folks, so.
I look forward to it.
Great stuff. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for running, and thank you for winning.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Have a great night. That is Jeremy McKean. He is the newest member of Gloucester School Committee. With an impressive campaign, impressive showing at the forums this campaign season as well. And speaking of newbies, we have a new Ward 2 counselor. His name is Dylan Benson. An impressive victory tonight. How are you, Dylan? Congratulations.
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dylan.
Thank you.
Great.
Congratulations.
Thanks for being with us.
I'm really humbled by the outcome, and I want to thank my family, my campaign manager, Ronnie Jacobson, who moved to Gloucester about 2 years ago and has been working diligently hard on this campaign. And I also want to thank all my volunteers that are here. Some of them, especially a shout out to Marianne, who was holding signs all day today for me, and I want to thank her, and I want to thank Kathleen. I also want to thank my partner, who has been here since the beginning, and also one of my friends from college who drove up from Boston and held signs all day today. Thank you to her, and thank you to my family and my parents and my dad, who was part of this campaign, knocking on doors and putting literature up. I think, and also to Dan, I want to thank him for running such a clean campaign, and to all those that supported Dan, I will represent you well, and I look forward to that.
Yeah.
He believed in you, that
Yes.
DNS team. He said nice things about you.
Yes, he did. He did, and I say nice things to him as well. So, definitely.
So Dylan, I've asked a couple other candidates this tonight, but what prompted you to run for public office?
What really prompted me was that I've lived in this community all my life, and I wanted to give back to this community. I wanted to bring the experience that I had from working in local government, bringing that practical, real-world experience, working for a local municipality in the law office, writing ordinances and doing a lot of the work that I will be doing come January 1. And it really came down to wanting to give back to people who have given me so much.
And are there specific things in your ward that you're looking to tackle right off the bat?
Well, I think some of the things that I really want to tackle right off the bat is the bread and butter issues of roads, sidewalks, parking issues, meeting neighbors, and also how do we balance the affordability crisis with respecting the unique character of our neighborhoods and the history of our community. How do we do that? That's going to be, especially in Ward 2, there's going to be some issues that are going to come up. But first off, I want to tackle some of those bread and butter issues pretty much right away.
I have an important question.
Sure.
Did Tracy O'Neill's sidewalk ever get fixed?
I believe so, and now it's not in Ward. It's not in Ward 1 anymore. But
Oh,
I'm not,
that's right,
I mean,
that's
it's not in
right.
Ward 2 anymore.
It's in
Sorry,
Ward 1.
it's in Ward 1.
So
But
they
I
may-
also want to thank Tracy for her service to Ward 2 for the last 2 years. Thank you so much, and I look forward to a peaceful transition between her and me. And she's been very gracious to me in the last couple of months. So, and I want to thank Tracy and all of her people that have really supported me as well. So.
Well, Ward 2 was very lucky to have two candidates of your caliber, and again, as we've talked earlier tonight, the council is a body of people who need to understand the issues, and
Yes.
you both address those issues in a very positive way.
Absolutely, and I think that's what's so important is being positive, and I want to bring that fresh experience perspective to the city council, and also bring civility. And I look forward to working with everyone and finding common ground where we can.
Good.
All
Well
right.
said, Dylan.
Well,
We
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Well, thank you.
To be an award counselor. We'll see what life is like there.
Yes, a councilor-elect
Yes,
now.
it's
it
going
looks
to
like.
change a little.
Life is going to change quite a bit. But thank you, everyone.
And your dad's a little famous too, because we all heard about the shell fisherman.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
he is a shell fisherman, and if we plan to have a party later in the month, and we will have some clams at that party.
Excellent.
We're there.
So
Everyone's there
please
for a
come
clam
down for
bake.
some
All right.
clam bakes and some Lobster maybe, because he did lobstering for a while, so definitely.
We're in. Please
All right.
put us on that
We'll
invite.
put you on that
Okay.
list. All right, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right, bye
Take
now.
care.
All right. Thank you.
There is Dylan Benson. He is the new Ward 2 counselor with an impressive victory tonight. And obviously very excited. Now, hold on, folks. Come on in, Jeff. Have a seat.
Sit down.
We now have
Congratulations.
at-large counselor-elect Jeff Worthley. Back again. Congratulations, bud. How you doing?
Congratulations, Jeff.
Mr. President. How are you guys
Nice
doing?
turnout there.
Yeah. What a nice night.
Happy Jeff or what?
Yeah, happy Jeff, relieved Jeff in the sense that this is a lot of work. I believe hard work pays off, and we really work hard in this campaign.
Tell us about the hard work.
So my children, Jude and Lila, are my co-campaign managers, and they challenged me to knock on 2,500 doors, and that's a lot.
That's a lot.
And I got to 2,500 late yesterday to hit that goal, but it's more like a driver to stay focused on just the day-to-day things to keep going. I just want to thank my parents, Earl and Joanne Worthley, and my kids, Jude and Lila Worthley. I don't know if you have a specific question you want to run with. I'm sure you get some burning ones. But
Well, now what's next, right? I mean,
probably going to sleep in tomorrow. A little
Yeah, we
bit,
think so.
Past 7 o'clock. So obviously we got to finish this term, and there's still the stuff on our agenda that we're working on and voting on next week. And the train keeps moving, right? And speaking of train, the transit-oriented development project, we need to come into compliance with that early. And I don't know exactly what the plan is going to be to get to that point, but we need to work hard on that. It's the top item come January 3rd we should be working on.
you know what, Jeff? I want to ask you is, I've known you a long time now. You really hit the ground hard this time. Big sign campaign. You were everywhere. You were all over the place all the time.
Thank you.
Why did this election mean so much to you?
I appreciate that. So 2 years ago, when I decided to get back in the race, or back in public service, with a 16-year absence, I had to sort of reacclimate myself, get the community reacclimated to me, and I got in the race really late. I only campaigned in 4-1, which is where I saw you on Reynard Street, actually.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
family that lives there, I think. And I topped the ticket there. And I only campaigned in that ward. So I realized door-to-door campaigning works. And so, but I came in 4th place. And I thought, and not too far behind the 5th and 6th place people. So I said, I don't want to cut it close. And a lot of uncertainties, different people in the race. And I'm actually kind of sad for the ones that didn't make it. Chris Sigarans is a great friend and a great candidate. I actually thought he was going to win. I'm proud of the campaign he ran, and I think he should be proud of himself. And he's got so many good ideas. I hope that we can still move those ideas forward and he stays in the race. And my friend Jamie O'Hara, he didn't win. But there's 6 good candidates. And I thought, this is a race that if you're going to win it, you got to earn it. And maybe I could have coasted, but I wouldn't have felt good losing. If you lose by 1 vote, you think, what could I have done differently, right? And I don't want to leave any doubt. So it's just sort of a pride in trying to do the right thing and just,
So one question when we were bantering earlier, they asked me as a former candidate, is the importance of yard signs in a Gloucester election. And I said they're critical. And it looks like you feel the same way.
So it's one of those things where part of me says, I wish we could all agree not to do the yard signs. If we could all agree, a gentleman, a woman's agreement to say,
Once that first one pops
right?
up, game on.
And I had proposed that to all the candidates last election. One had already bought his signs. The other one said he thought I was like trying to make it harder for him. I said, okay, if we're going to do signs, we're going to do them right. We're going to put them out. I try to make them, I don't block any other candidate's sign. I don't block people's view, but I think they matter in 2 ways. And this happened for the first time ever. When people put signs up, usually you're asking someone to put a sign up for you. But the next 200 or 300 signs that went up were people requesting them of you. Facebook, social media, texting. People kind of got like, where's my sign? I expected you to ask me by now. And it's a sign of support. Does someone change their mind if they don't like me and they say, well, all these signs are up, maybe I'll change your mind? I don't know. But in a large race, when you've got 4 votes to give, you say, okay, I know this person, another person. Enough people seem to trust this person with their sign in the yard. It makes a difference. And so, signs don't vote, but they make a difference. So, yeah, I think I had 600 signs up.
Well, and Jeff, what does it say? I mean, because things were not always smooth the last couple of years, too. But to see that strong show of support for you, what does that mean?
So, what does it mean for me? It's sort of affirming, right? But I think what the translation is, all that other noise is just noise. A friend of mine said, Jeff, the reason why you're doing well is because you work. The answer is hard work. Not just in the campaign, but on the city council. I mean, I think that there's a difference with being prepared for the meetings, being fair, listening. Look, everyone asks me before a meeting, how are you going to vote? I don't know, I haven't listened to the public hearing yet. That's the most important part of the decision making.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you reflect that this is important, and being civil and being fair to the public all times, being responsible, I think that's pays off in the long run. No one is going to say that I've been bought or sold or oh, we know how he's going to vote because he's in that camp. No, I'm going to look at every issue independently of the vote that happened just right before that. So, yeah.
Well, and I also want to ask, you've been in the game for a long time now, for a relatively young person, right, Jeff? So where did the love and the want to be part of the political world here in Gloucester, where did that come from?
I appreciate you asking that. When I was about 12 years old, my grandfather was chief of police. My grandmother worked in the assessor's office, and they would come over. Grandmother on one side and grandfather on the other side, and they would talk politics. And they would talk about who died, who's in the police notes, right? Obituaries, police notes, and politics. And I was out of that out of the conversations. I felt like, how am I going to participate in these conversations? So I started reading the newspaper every single day since I was 12 years old. Haven't missed it. And I thought, okay, to be conversant, you got to be involved and be civic-minded. I've always loved volunteering myself. There's a real reward when you're helping people that don't even know that you're helping. You're just doing it for the value of helping. But when you make a difference, you feel it, people know it, and it's like replenishing. I don't get tired of helping people. Some jobs you do, like if you ask me to rake my lawn, I'm going to rake it, and they're like, that much more to do, whatever. It's not really replenishing, but when you're helping people, and whether they say thank you or not, you made a positive difference. Something like that is in itself replenishing. So I don't get tired of it, ever.
All right, I have a question.
Sure.
So I believe your children showed up at 2 forums and asked good questions, right? So are we gonna see a city councilor there soon?
So I didn't mean to surprise them that the questions were good questions. I didn't know they were going to ask the questions.
Oh, you didn't?
No, and so it's funny. At one of the places, someone said, "Did you plant that question?" I didn't know what the question was going to be. It was a really good one.
I thought it was planted.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. And I even said, if I was going to plant a question, that's not the one I would have planted. Right? So my son is 14 years old. He could technically be a candidate at 18, in 4 years at 18 years old. But I'm hoping he either becomes a movie producer, which he wants to do, or at least goes to college. Okay. So I don't think it's going to be in the next 4 years, but you never know. In 6-8 years, it might be the case.
But a good education they got this last couple of months.
I'll tell you, and they teach me too.
Yes.
But they're both doing well in school. My son Jude is a freshman, and he's class president. Oh. And it's funny.
Well, he is an elected official.
He's an elected official, I guess. I'll tell this quick side story. When I was a senior in high school, I knew Tony Verga. He worked in the fisheries office, and I was the mailman here, a mail clerk going between offices. And I said, I'm thinking about running for class president. He said, don't do it. I was kind of surprised. He said, don't think about it. I'm still surprised. He said, just do it. Just run. Don't even think about doing it. Just run. And I ran and I won. So my son came home from school one day and he said, I'm thinking about running for class president. I said, well, he said, actually, hang on. I took out nomination papers. I've already turned them in. I'm on the ballot. So I'm very proud of him, and he won. And Good. He plays trumpet, he volunteers, and plays taps at Veterans Day and Memorial Day. My daughter Lila, she's in 7th grade. She's the lead in the drama club. She's part of the sales program at O'Malley. Very, very proud of her. She's top 1% in the state on MCAS test, and they're good kids. And so it's just, I'm very blessed. Thank you, Jude and Lila. Oh, there they are right there, actually.
There you go. Yeah. We'll let you spend some time with your family, Jeff.
Thank
From
you.
one class president to another. Congratulations.
92.
92.
1997.
All right. Great turnout tonight.
Thank you.
Great to see
And
you.
thanks for your service, and we'll be chatting with you soon.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right.
Jeff Worthley, once again, an at-large counselor with a strong showing tonight. You can see the numbers there. And of course, Cape Ann today.
Wouldn't be complete.
Without Senator Verstar joining us at the desk here.
Good to see you. Heather, good to see you.
I have to say
Good to see you,
congratulations.
Paul.
It's great to see you.
It's great to see you. And Eric Archer told me the only way I could get on camera with both of you anymore was to come tonight.
It's true.
So here I
It's
am.
true. Yeah.
And Paul is just an added bonus.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
It's fantastic.
It's a star
I have to
team.
tell you, you've been doing an outstanding job. The broadcast has looked incredibly professional, and it's an incredible service to our community for folks to be able to see all of the content you've been producing tonight at
Well, we
such a
have
high
Paul.
caliber.
Paul really ups our game.
Paul adds to anything he gets involved in. So.
Well, no, the public service of this, of what these guys have done is, this last election has been tremendous because it's all for the voter. That's who we're doing this for, so that they're educated and they feel comfortable with their decisions. So, thank you for that.
Yes.
Thank you, we appreciate it. Bruce, what is it like, an official in your position, looking at the municipal elections here in Gloucester? What is that like, looking at that from not quite the outside in, but you know what I'm saying, from a different perspective?
You know, Corey, when you're an elected official, every election is interesting.
Yeah.
Because you're watching it and you're using your own yardstick to measure what you're seeing, and you remember your elections and you remember your election nights, and you're thinking about the energy that's in the room. And I'll tell you, today, even though I wasn't on the ballot, I still felt that energy throughout the city. I was out delivering cookies. I really appreciate what the election workers do. And so I have a tradition that I package up some cookies and I bring them to each polling place. And so I got to see everybody and see all the energy and the excitement that was out there. And it really is, for me, quite gratifying, Corey. And again,
how do we get on that list, Bruce?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, tonight.
Yeah,
We did have
So you
cookies
made
here.
8 stops with cookies?
I made 7 stops because a number of the polling places are co-located.
Oh, right.
And so
Right.
I
It
did
used to be
7
8,
here
now 7.
and 5 in Newburyport. So, because the
elections
two
up there, too.
municipalities today were having
right.
elections, so the two cities. So
Well,
it
next
was,
time you have to remember
well,
this stop.
you
This
know,
is a stop too. A cookie
Heather,
stop.
if the next time that we can get Corey to join us on Cape Ann Live, then I will be sure to bring the cookies.
He only wouldn't do it. He stopped doing it because he thought you would only do it on Fridays.
Oh, I see.
That is true.
Okay.
And
right?
that's beer o'clock. We have to get things together.
But we don't do it on Fridays anymore.
I'm around. I'm easy to find, especially through Zoom. So, Bruce, I want to ask you. Obviously, we're going to see Greg Verga for another 2 years.
Yes.
Your relationship with him.
It's outstanding. We communicate regularly. I would say that there is hardly a week that goes by that we don't talk at least 2 or 3 times, and usually it's more often than that. And I really appreciate that because it gives us the opportunity to focus our efforts on Beacon Hill to things that really matter locally. Not that I wouldn't be aware of those anyway, but the fact that we can work in such close communication really maximizes our efforts. And you can see the benefit of that every time you turn around, whether it be the dollars that we secured for the Legion, the money that we've been helping to get for the wastewater treatment plant, all the kind of things that you know that those are the product of us working together and identifying the targets that we need to hit and then doing our best to hit them. And that kind of communication is priceless in public life. Yeah.
Well, so all anyone is talking about is the TOD, your state law. So how will that relationship, will you be having conversations with Verga and the city council? Probably not the city council, right? Just Verga?
No, absolutely. No, this is a conversation that we all need to be involved in, and I would say it was one of the top issues in this election. Tuning into your election coverage and the debates, I heard it brought up consistently, and I think it's a bigger conversation, right? I think that the so-called MBTA zoning law is one facet of that, and it's an important facet, and we have to navigate it carefully, but there is a bigger issue here in terms of needing housing here on Cape Ann, and how do we achieve that without sacrificing the character of the community? How do we achieve it in a way that's sustainable so that we can supply water and sewer utilities and we can have transportation and roads that aren't clogged? So it's part of what I consider to be a much bigger conversation, and that conversation is happening all across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But we need to have it, and it's difficult. And yet,
if we don't move forward, the consequences will be significant in terms of our economy and the ability for us to develop a workforce for the future, and the ability for us to house people that might not be able to afford to live on Cape Ann anymore, particularly seniors that might be aging out of a big house, they need a place to go. So this is a conversation that has to happen, and I think it was appropriate that it was one of the focal points of this election.
And you must be seeing it in all the other districts or towns.
We absolutely
towns
are seeing it.
Yeah.
Folks are all trying to navigate the so-called MBTA zoning law. I had a conversation about this this week with Secretary Ed Augustus, who is the secretary of the newly created Secretariat of Housing and Livable Communities. And he knows that this is a daunting task. But at the same time, as we think about this and as we think about planning, I would suggest that the most difficult aspect of developing housing in any community is siting. Resources are available. Deciding where to put it is the hardest part. We are debating right now a $400+ million bond bill that Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll have filed to be able to put those resources on the table. And I'm going to be working with my colleagues to make sure that as we put those on the table, we do it in a responsible way that helps communities. We have to realize the state has a goal of creating at least 200,000 units of housing. That's how many we're behind by most estimates. But the state can't dictate to communities. Communities have to be partnered with the state to be able to get that result.
And I think that it was a real testament to this, to these candidates in this election that discussion was front and center most of the time in a way that was really meaningful, not just cursory.
I completely agree, Paul. I think it is appropriate that it was one of the most frequently discussed things at every debate, at every public discussion, and it is one of the more daunting tasks that we face as a community, and I agree with you completely. It was clear in the public discussion around this election that the candidates knew it was a priority, they were doing their research, and they were committed to finding a way forward. And that, to me, is one of the great results of this election cycle.
Hey, Bruce, how important was it for you to be here for that witching hour when we're waiting for the results, and you're obviously chatting up with all the candidates and their families and supporters? What's that like for you?
It's a phenomenal experience. It's a phenomenal experience to be back here at City Hall after a period of time when we couldn't be, to have everybody together, and everybody in this room, regardless of what their perspective was, where they came from, what their views were, everyone was in this room tonight because they cared about the city of Gloucester, and they were passionate about it. And when you come into this room and you see election results, you see people cheering, and you see other people a little bit depressed, a little bit saddened. But when you see that, if you look at the mosaic that was happening here tonight, it is very, very beneficial for this community, because everyone cares about the city enough that they're willing to go out and knock on doors, put up signs, make phone calls, make huge sacrifices from their lives when everybody has something else to be doing in their lives, and yet they made that sacrifice. And that is heartening, and that is a good sign for our democracy, that people haven't become so cynical, they haven't become so detached. They were willing to engage. And watching it play out here tonight was incredibly, incredibly gratifying for me, and I know lots of others as well.
Yeah, I love it as well. We've talked about this before, Paul. It's democracy in action at that local level.
Where it really counts.
Yeah.
It really counts.
Well, it's true.
Senator Tarr, we always appreciate your time and chatting with you. I will try to pop into one of these conversations, I promise.
Corey, I'm sorry. But it's always good to be on with both of you, and I really do believe in the impact and the power of 1623 Studios, because it helps us to understand things in ways that we might not otherwise understand them, and it's one of the elements of glue that holds the community together, so we can all be tuned in and watching what's happening around us. And I do have breaking news for you, which I know you're going to be interested in, probably Heather too, and that is the Christmas tree arrived this afternoon. Ringo and Joe Novello and their team arrived pretty close to sunset, and the tree is at Kent Circle, and I think we're probably going to make an attempt to stand the tree up on Friday.
Beautiful.
And then the decorating will begin.
Did Ethan Foreman get that story?
Ethan Foreman, I'm told. So I arrived on the scene because I was out delivering cookies at polling places, and I told everyone to line up in front of the Christmas tree so I could snap a picture to put on social media. And my brother immediately said, Ethan already did that. So Ethan had been there. I think he might have had the GPS working. I think he arrived shortly after the tree did. And I got to tell you, Ethan is one of the hardest working people in the news business. He's sitting here at a table, and he's grinding away out there. And I heard him saying to all of you that he had a deadline of 8:30 that he was trying to meet. And I can't imagine what that's like. But not only did he file that story, but he's still going over there.
Yeah,
So-
well, he was a little bit late for us, and he had to do another story. And I'm thinking he was covering that Christmas tree.
Well, I can neither confirm or deny, except that I do know that Ethan did capture a photo of the tree when it arrived, and it's a beautiful tree from our sister city in Shelburne, Nova Scotia. They had a tough time this year. They had wildfires that consumed a lot of their woods and many homes. And so there was some concern that we were not going to be able to have this exchange this year, but they called, they said, we want to keep the tradition alive, and the mayor and the good people of Shelburne, they really came through for us. It's a beautiful tree. It's very big, very wide, so we can put lots of presents under it, but it is one of those things that, in a crazy world, the friendship that we have with the people of Shelburne and that bond is one of the things that keeps inspiring and helps us all to think about there are still positive things in this world.
Well
So,
said, Bruce.
well,
Thank you again for your
Thank
time.
Thank you all.
We'll chat with you soon.
It's always great to be with you, and always great with guest commentator Paul Lundberg.
Thank you.
Fantastic, right?
Yes, I
Get it out of
agree.
the park. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick 1-minute break, and we'll be right back to wrap things up.
You're watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2023 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across the city of Gloucester submitted ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, hosts Corey Kukuru, Heather Atwood, and the 1623 Studios team are inside Gloucester's City Hall at center stage at Kairou's Auditorium with special guest commentary from former City Council President Paul Lundberg. A breakdown of this year's election season's top stories with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman. And an exclusive interview with outgoing school committee member Samantha Virga-Watson. Then, when the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay with us for immediate results and reaction with this year's candidates. Now, for more coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections, here's tonight's anchors and co-hosts of Cape Ann Today, Corey Kukuru and Heather Atwood.
And so there you have it, folks. This puts a bow on 1623 Studios' coverage of the 2023 Gloucester elections. Paul and Heather, I guess, reaction to the results tonight. Paul, what did you think?
So I think the citizens of Gloucester were, number one, lucky that they had such a great group of candidates, and number two, they did a great job in picking winners. We are really fortunate with this group of school committee, council, and mayor.
I will say, I'll say yes.
Okay.
And I will say there's a sense of joy, of real joy. And I think it's because these elected officials felt heard and seen, and they felt like the work that they were doing was heard and seen by the citizens of Gloucester. And I think that's important because they do work so hard, and to realize that, yes, people are paying attention. So I think that was nice.
Good point.
And just to recap the winners again, Greg Verga over Mary Ellen Rose. Your at-large candidates are Jeff Worthley, Jason Groh, Val Gilman, and Tony Gross. School committee, Jeremy McKean is new, Keith Minio, Kathy Clancy, Melissa Prince, Laura Weeson, and Bill Melvin. In Ward 1, Scott Memhard was re-elected. In Ward 2, Dylan Benson. Ward 3, Marjorie Grace. Ward 4, Frank Marjota. And Ward 5, Sean Nolan. So thanks to everyone who ran. And like we said earlier, 23,000 plus registered voters in Gloucester, 25 run for public office. That's 0.1 tenth. That's 1/10 of 1%, as a matter of fact, which is pretty amazing. So hats off to everyone who participated. We have to thank our crew, lighting director and camera Mike Dennis, graphics, audio, and camera Alec Palmer, floor manager Alana Horn, production assistant Joan Boyven, production manager Tyler Hurinson, IT and video coordinator Tom Manning, social media coordinator Bridie O'Connell, operations coordinator Emily Games, executive director Eric Archer, A big thanks to the staff here at City Hall, especially Joanne Sinos and Ryan Knowles, for keeping us on point throughout the night and throughout this entire election season. The community groups and venues that hosted debates and forums, the moderators, the timekeepers, the poll workers and volunteers, and thanks to all of you who voted and participated, especially in time when having an opinion doesn't exactly work in other places in the world. So it's a beautiful thing, folks. We want to thank our guests, Sam Virga-Watson and Ethan Foreman, and all the candidates who spent time with us. Special thanks to you, Paul. You really elevated the broadcast.
Well,
we really
thank you
value
for
your
having
friendship.
me. Thank
and
you.
You were awesome for us.
It was an honor to be asked. Thank you.
Well, we want you on all the time.
Okay.
Heather, and a great job once again. Thank you so much.
you,
As
Corey.
always,
You
that
did
was
a
fun
fabulous
night.
job.
I love it. All right, our next show, folks, is this Thursday morning at the Open Door. We will see you then. For all of us here at 1623 Studios, congratulations to everyone who participated in the election, and we will see you in 2 years.
Ooh.